Yo, what's good? What's good, man? We back with another episode of Sorry But Not Sorry Boxing Talk Roundtable, episode 2, man. And I got my brother with me. My boy he missed us last week, man. I know my man be busy running around there. He be working with the kids, you know what I mean, on the boxing side of his way for sure. But you know what I'm saying? Welcome, my brother, man. Man. Ish
Hey,
boxing in the building today, man. How you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling good. I'm on sorry for no, but not sorry. So I ain't apologize for nothing I got to say today. Well, I ain't apologize for nothing I got to say today.
Absolutely, man. So for real, of course, they got a card going on right now. Well, Josh Taylor fighting this guy, Iko Usman, and of course, Moses, the heavyweight, prospect that everybody kind of, glamoring about right now.
Uh,
Um, he he fighting on the card today as well. So got them card, got that fights today. Them fights, the undercard is actually started right now. So I've been kind of watching them a little bit, and then of course this morning in Japan, Angelo Leo at the 126-pound division. He
mhm.
fought early this morning and won by unanimous decision and retaining his title. So good win for him. I ended up watching that fight back, this past hour actually, and that was a good little scrap for real. It was good back and forth. But other than this, just get started into the topics for real. Because I really the fight predictions for us, Josh Taylor, of course, I believe Josh Taylor should win today. And then,
Mhm.
Moses, he got a tough fight, you know what I'm saying? But I think Moses should definitely, win. I'm definitely looking forward to see what Moses does today, though, because, they definitely praising him a lot right now, man, as one of those up and coming heavyweights.
Mhm.
He's a Britain guy, you know what I'm saying? He's a British guy for sure. So definitely interested to see what Moses does in this fight today. And then Josh Taylor, this is his first fight at 147.
Mhm.
Interested to see what he does a little bit and see if he can be one of those guys at the 147-pound division, which is
Yeah.
kind of been lackluster, but it's building up a little bit because you got some of the guys that were stars from 135, 140 moving up to
Mhm.
147 now. Yeah, I mean, but we can get into the first topic, real topic, man. Of course, man, next week we got Caleb Plant
Uh,
fighting next week, and we got Jamal Charlo fighting on the card as well next week, man, on PBC Amazon Prime, man. Um, just to start off, man, how you feel about Caleb Plant and Jamal Charlo both fighting on this double header, and they both, pretty much putting themselves in position to fight in a class collision coming up later this year.
I feel like it's the same setup they try to do for Haney and Garcia. Try to get both of them a tune up to have they fight next. I feel like if Jamal would have been more active, then there wouldn't be no tune up. They'd just be fighting. It'd just be straight up them fighting. But Jamal has not been active. And to be honest with you, I'm not too confident of them fighting because Jamal is never active. He fights one time every 2 years. So he's getting up there in age. His mind is not fully in boxing no more. So really, I don't think they're going to fight. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not too excited about next week because I don't think they're going to fight. And Caleb Plant, he's in a hard spot of his career because he can't beat Canelo right now, and Canelo got the belts, and he's looked as the top contender, but can't beat Canelo. So he's in a tough spot. Should I go to 175? Can I make 160? Is Canelo gonna give me another match? So he's in a tough spot. So he's just making the best moves he can make. But I got Caleb Plant. If they ever did fight, I got Caleb hands down. I think Caleb is more talented, and I also think he's he is more active. But I'm not too excited about next week. I am, but with me not being excited, I get it though. Like if I was booking it, also I would do the same thing because Jamal hasn't been fighting and he need a tune up. But outside of that, man. I'm just not too confident that they're gonna fight. I'm not confident they're gonna fight.
For sure. Salute the Jag Queen Boxing. Salute sis, man, for sure. And sis gonna be live at 2 p.m. after we get done over here for sure, man. So everybody make sure y'all tap in with sis on our live stream. If you open up the panel, sis, I come in and cook up a little bit for sure. Yeah, I mean, you already know, man. So everybody make sure y'all subscribe to Jag Queen Boxing and make sure y'all tap in on her live stream today at 2 o'clock. I mean, it's gonna be lit. Her show last week was lit. So I know the day gonna be lit as well. But yeah, just following up, man. Far as on the Jamal Charlo fight with this guy, and Thomas Lamanna. You know, a lot of shit talking between both of these guys, man. Jamal Charlo fighting at 168 now. That's where he
Hmm.
campaigning at. I'm definitely okay. You said, oh, not today. Oh shit. Okay, then it's cool, sis. Okay, then for sure. Two tomorrow. Two p.m. tomorrow. Tap in with sis Jag Queen Boxing tomorrow for sure. You know what I mean, on her show tomorrow, man, for sure. But yeah, Jamar Charlo, man. Um, I like this fight for him. You know, because Thomas LeMay, he got a history where he been knocking out a lot of guys recently and stuff. These guys, of course, he's fighting. They're not elite guys, but this is his fight, to try to see if he can knock off a top guy in boxing right here with Jamal Charlo. Jamal Charlo, last fight he fought Jose Benavidez, kind of iffy fight. Josh Sanders, salute my brother, man. What's good, bro? Yeah. Um, daggone Josh, he fought last fight with Charlo, fought
Hmm.
Jose Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? There was definitely a lot of ring rust in the fight. You know what I'm saying? Looking a little iffy up there. The fight went to decision. He didn't get the stoppage on Jose. He beat him clear. You know what I'm saying? Jose, he didn't pose anything for him, as a threat for Charlo in that last fight. And I'm just looking at this fight with Thomas Lamanda. This is definitely an interesting fight, being that it's his first fight at 168. And see, I know probably he probably had trouble making 160 after a while. Where just making this jump to 168 is probably the right fit for him. But
Hmm.
I'm just wondering, he ain't fought a while since the Jose fight, which is I'm just interested to see how he gonna look. You know what I'm saying? Is he gonna be sharp in this fight? You know what I'm saying? Like, is he gonna look at his old form, or he gonna have
Hmm.
some ring rust into this fight?
I think it's gonna be ring rust. I think it's gonna be ring rust. First off, Jamel has always been the more talented brother out of the Charlo brothers, in my opinion.
Facts,
Um,
right?
with that being said, with Jamal not having as much talent but having more size, Jamal was stopping guys early on, but Jamal hasn't had a stoppage in many years, and now he's going to a bigger weight class. So and he's not been active. My thing with Jamal is, what is your goal coming back? Because it don't seem like you take boxing serious in the first place. You're not. I don't think Canelo going to entertain a fight with him. If anything, I think after Crawford, Canelo entertain a fight with Chris Eubank. Honestly, because Canelo Eubank in UK is a huge, way bigger than Charlo and Canelo anywhere.
Facts.
So that fight in the UK will be huge. Even though I know Canelo will watch Eubank, it's still the whole UK is behind Eubank right now. So I don't get his point. What, you want an interim belt or something? So it's like it don't make sense. I think he's coming back for a quick paycheck. He coming back to hopefully remind people that who he was before, but he can't beat Canelo. He can't beat Caleb Plant. And it's just, I don't get it, and that's why I say I don't think they're gonna fight. I would like them to fight due to what happened, but I
I
don't
think they're
think they're
gonna
gonna.
scrap. I
I
think
don't
it's
think
more
they're gonna
so.
fight,
I
man.
think it's more so. It's more so depending on how they looking, and on each fight. I mean, we all know Caleb Plant. He's a gym rat, so he's staying at that gym. He stay working and everything. Where's the focus for Charlo? You know what I'm saying? This guy Thomas Lamanda, he should scrape dude. Definitely should scrape dude. You know what I'm saying? Pack him up, send him on his way. You know what I'm saying? And it leads to where, like, they
But
gotta have this fight.
but you
Like,
forgetting
Charlo,
something.
Charlo got a fight plan. They got to fight.
Yeah, I feel like definitely with the slap and stuff, but you forgetting something. What you saying right now is what they said when he fought Benavidez. Oh, it depends on how he looked this fight. If he gonna do that, it depends on how he look at this. How did he look? And now he take another hiatus off, and now he just saying he back in the gym and stuff like that. And you saying the same thing again. So now he done showed us this already. I'm hoping he do good. I am. I hope Jamal look good, but I don't see what his goal is here. I don't, and I don't think that the Caleb Plant fight gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna happen. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
I'm
be
gonna read my boy
surprised.
Josh
I'm
Sanders.
I wouldn't be surprised if Caleb Plant get a fight with Eubank, or something like that. Because I'm gonna be real, Jamal can't beat Caleb Plant. I don't see that happening. I really don't.
Josh Sanders. He said Maul should stop Cornflake. He does have the best jab in boxing. hell, Maul put fighters on their behind with his jab. Facts. Yeah,
He got the
hey
best
Jamal.
jab in boxing.
Jamal, he is known for that jab. I ain't gonna lie, he got a great jab. I ain't gonna. If he's the best in boxing, I say one of them for sure. One of them.
How
I ain't
y'all
gonna say the
saying the
best.
best in boxing when he ain't used that jab in years? Like it ain't making sense. That's like me saying I got the fastest car, but it was as fast back in 2020. It ain't fast today no more. That's what I'm saying. What he did have a nice jab back then, but he ain't been impressive in a long time. He's had issues with his family, his wife and stuff. That's that stuff paid a toll on him. His mind wasn't on boxing no more. He was supposed to fight Canelo, couldn't make that fight, and his brother had to take it for him. Come on, man, the dude mind ain't in boxing no more. And we talking about the best jab. Is no that ain't what it is. So that's the reason I'm saying the fight ain't gonna happen is because where is his go? What is his goal in the first place? You had a chance to
So you
fight
so you
Canelo.
ba- you basically had you have like differences thinking that he's not gonna follow up after this fighting. Like he gonna go back
Yeah,
home
he gonna do the
and be
same
back
thing again.
doing this his same thing again because his
Especially if it's
previous history.
especially look, especially if he don't perform. If he don't perform, I know he ain't fighting Caleb Plant next. So it's like, it's like I just don't see it. It's so many things the reason why I don't see this fight happening. He's not motivated. He had a chance to fight Canelo, so he can't say, "Oh, I'm trying to get a Canelo fight now." You had it. You gave it to your brother. He got to beat Caleb Plant to even get to Canelo. So it's just so many things right there. I just feel like it ain't gonna happen. So I will say this: if he looks good next week, I will feel a little bit more positive towards it happening. But if he don't, then I know it's not gonna happen. I solidify. I'm seriously no. I know it ain't gonna happen.
I would say this though. I would say this particularly about the fight. Like with Charlo. I think Charlo, like watching his interview, recently on Fight Hype, you know what I mean? It it seemed like he, just I kind of like to watch these interviews to kind of, catch these guys' demeanors and see how, if they really genuine on what they saying and everything,
Mm-hmm.
of course. And I feel like Jamal I feel like he knows that he's on the tail end of his career,
Mm-hmm.
and he gotta, it's either I ride or die with it right now, or I get a game up, and I feel like like Josh Sanders, he's saying so people don't bounce back. I feel like Jamal right now, he sees the course like I can fight Plant, and I can have other bigger fights at 168. You know what I'm saying, to make some big money on the tail end of my career. I feel like the focus is there a little bit, a little urge to for him to try to get back in, in that realm, especially him and Jamel. They back getting they whole rapport back together, their relationship, they building again and everything, man. And I
Mm-hmm.
seem like to me, it seemed like Jamal. He's focused right now a little bit more than he has in the past. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we've seen stuff with him in the past to where, you know, he had issues drinking and stuff, had a situation with his wife and everything. But
Mm-hmm.
like Jad Queen Boxing, I feel like it kind of seemed like he's putting his issues behind him, and I'm definitely interested to see how he performs, man. If he come out there sharp and looking good, and then Caleb he do his thing, then I feel like it's going to be a great fight. We're going to be able to see out of these guys, especially with the history they got from the slap at the Spence Crawford fight, you know what I mean? So I feel like that fight just gotta go down, man. And it's a big money fight for both guys. So we're like I feel like they both gotta look sharp in this fight. Okay.
Man, his
Thomas
last
Lamanda gonna be a good test.
bro, look, I just went back and did my research, made sure I wasn't tripping, bro. He 35. He's 35. In the past 5 years, he's had two fights in 23 and 21. His last knockout was 19. It was a TKO, and his last actual KO was 18. And y'all expected him to come back with the best jab and is to come back and be spectacular when Caleb Plant has been consistent and looking good. It don't make sense. He can't. The man has been getting older this whole time, and he's not. He's admitted he has been. By his own brother snitched. His brother say, "Oh, my brother not all day. He's drinking. His wife going on. He been drinking. He drinking, drinking. Look at Braun. What happened to Braun when he start drinking? So that's why I'm saying, like, it don't make sense. You can't expect him to be the same Jamal Charlo of 20, I say his prime was 16, 17, probably 16 there. You can't expect him to be who he was almost 10 years ago. It's 2025. And he's 35 now. He was hot when he was 27 and stuff. And y'all expected him to look that good or better without being over 2 fights in the past 5 years and
No, I'm
drinking.
not. I would say this. I would say this. I ain't expecting Jamal to come back in real form. You know how he was knocking dudes out and all of that. I'm just expecting a solid performance. Just getting his win back and getting the feel back for the game, and looking sharp for this fight so he can get a good fight with Plant. Later on this
Yeah.
year. I ain't expecting him to be like just spectacular in this fight. You know what I'm saying? But I'm expecting to see some type of good work from him. That I will say that I am expecting
Okay.
some good work.
With you saying that, do he is good work his good work enough to beat Caleb Plant? Or spectacular
It,
what you need
it,
to beat Caleb Plant?
it depends how we see both guys how they both look in both of these performances. I gotta
Look,
that's the only thing because we haven't seen Plant in a while since he fought McCombie last year. You know what I mean? Even though Plant did look good in that fight last year for sure, I will say that. But what I'm saying, it just depends how they look because you already know this is a what have you done for me late what have you done for me lately business. You know what I mean? So
well, I say
I
this.
just gotta put the
Just to
fight
get
on.
clear, I'm not hating on Jamal. Like, get your money, man. I hope he looks good. I hope he does good. But I'm not expecting. I'm not expecting him. I'm not even expecting him in the Caleb fight. To be honest with you, I would like to see them. That beef get settled some way somehow. But I just don't see it. That's just what it is. I like it to happen, but I just don't see it happen. That's just me.
Okay, then, man. So we can go ahead and get to the next topic, man, for sure, man. So it's gonna heat up a little bit. Keyshawn Davis, man, did an interview with Fight Hype the other night, and he's saying that Edwin De Los Santos is starting to piss him off. And let me read. I'm gonna read this little article from from him speaking of this a little bit. So he was saying, now you read it. I gotta read it. So he was saying basically that Edwin is starting to piss him off. Edwin, know how he made the little statements talking about Shakur is a better fighter than Keyshawn Davis and everything, and um, pretty much that pissed Keyshawn off, basically on some shit to where it's carrying over to some other shit, which we gonna get into that after we talk about this in general for pertaining to Keyshawn.
Hmm.
But yeah, Edwin, man, Edwin thinking Shakur is a better fighter than Keyshawn Davis.
I
And I feel like and Keyshawn Davis is feeling slighted by that. You know what I mean? So what you feel about that?
I mean, that means Keyshawn feel like he better than Shakur, but that's what the part I look into when I say it. But outside of that, I say Keyshawn is a fighter that people want to watch more. I say that much. He don't run. He get in the ring. He stand there. He try to make the fight entertaining. So I feel like Keyshawn and Edwin did say that. I seen the comment. Edwin said Keyshawn has more power than Shakur, but he feel like Shakur is a better boxer. Um, Shakur is talented, but that running ain't gonna show your talent. Is my thing.
Yeah, he
So
said he said
that
he's at a much lower level than Shakur Stevenson.
yeah.
Keyshawn has a lot of power, but in terms of boxing, Shakur is on another level,
But
and
see,
that's
another
basically
another thing
pissed
I'm gonna say
Keyshawn
about
off.
Edwin though, Edwin ain't start talking like this after that Shakur fight. After that Shakur fight, he wanted the rematch, started talking crazy and stuff like that. So Edwin just started talking like this. Because if I'm not mistaken, didn't Ryo drop Edwin and Edwin got back up and dropped him?
Yeah,
Yeah, so it's no. He just trying to promote the fight and trying to get things flowing and stuff like that. But I think, in my opinion, I think this is a setup to be a good fight because Edwin showed in that Ryo fight that he ain't going down. He gonna fight even if he get knocked down. Keyshawn Hayes don't run. So I think this is a potential to be a great fight. And I'm gonna be honest with you, like it's gonna make Shakur look bad in the end because these two guys put on a show and Edwin got fans from Shakur running from him. And Edwin got fans from what happened with Rayo. And then Keyshawn Davis, he's arguably at if you look at Shakur when he started and Keyshawn when they started and the lineup the years, Keyshawn is ahead of him right now than when Shakur was at the year mark that Keyshawn is. So Keyshawn is on the right road, in my opinion. He's more entertaining. I think he will surpass Shakur if Shakur don't stop that running and stuff like that. But
facts.
um, I don't agree with saying Shakur is a better boxer. I mean, I don't agree with that because to be honest with you, Edwin, Shakur didn't show you no boxing skills when y'all fought. So how can you say he's a better boxer? He showed you how to run, and that's what you said.
Facts.
So he didn't show no boxing, but Shakur is a good boxer. I seen him spar Ugas. He's a great boxer, but Shakur problem is he like they say he has no power. If you can't stop nobody, then you just gonna stand in their face all day or run all day and pick your shots and win off of points and then missing. So it's I think it's all just hype. It's all hype with Edwin saying that.
Yeah, man. Me personally, bro, like with Keyshawn, I like the energy that he bring into this. You know what I'm saying? Because it was a little bit. It wasn't so much energy, a little back and forth. Of course, Edwin, he don't speak English. You know what I'm saying? And they
Mm-hmm.
ain't put them in a press conference together. They just had Keyshawn do a press conference with his brothers. They should have had Abdullah at the press conference because he the co-main. But
Yeah.
that's a whole nother story. But just in general, man, with Keyshawn. Keyshawn is definitely. I did a video on this like about a few weeks ago when around the time when they announced this fight, where I said that Top Rank is trying to shit on Shakur with the two fights they booked on this card with Keyshawn fighting Edwin De Los Santos and Abdullah Mason fighting, Nakathila. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So those are two former Shakur Stevenson opponents,
Mm-hmm.
and they know both of these guys. They action packed. You know what I'm saying? Both of these guys got an opportunity to stop both of these ops of
Mm-hmm.
both of these former Shakur ops, and I
Yeah.
think Shakur gonna end up doing it. Now, Keyshawn definitely, I think he got this fight with Edwin is definitely an interesting fight. I would say due to the fact that Edwin he hasn't fought since the Shakur fight. No, of course he's coming off having a blood clot situation, and then he had an arm injury. So, you know what I'm saying? He got some little emphasis on him on this situation where it's like, this is a layup probably for Keyshawn, maybe. You know what I'm saying? For sure. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Regardless if it's a layup or not, I still don't think Edwin gonna run, and I don't think Keyshawn gonna run. So
I
even if
think it poses for a banger though because
exactly.
Keyshawn is not going to run. He stands in the middle and he's going to bang with you if he
Hmm.
feel like he want to. Like he will bang with you. Like he get it cracking.
Now
He ain't gonna
unless
run from him like Shakur.
yeah, unless Edwin got some power that Keyshawn respect, then that's when I think Keyshawn may move a little bit. But Keyshawn got more power than Shakur, and then we seen Edwin get dropped before. We seen that. So I think I got Keyshawn by a stoppage in that fight, but I think it's gonna be entertaining. I think they at least can go back and forth. But what I was gonna say to you is I know me and you talked offline on how boxing fans is and how we don't like how they is sometimes, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Boxing fans starting to do something that I like right now. They starting to label boring wins as losses still. Shakur really lost. Devin Haney really lost. They really
Right.
lost. And I'm glad that running is now being labeled as a loss, and there is a version of winning that's still a loss. Shakur's stock went
Absolutely.
down for that Edwin fight. Devin Haney's stock went down for the fight he just had. So I'm glad. I'm glad that's happening. Yes, let their stock go down for running. We came here to see boxing. If we want to see running, we'll wait for the next Olympics to come out. So it's
I gotta
it's, it's
read. I gotta read some of these comments, man, from
yeah.
Josh Sanders and Jack Queen Boxing, man. I'm gonna scroll up a little bit. Um, My
And they
boy
the
said,
first thing they
John
say,
Sanders said, he said, I love how Keyshawn clowns Shakur and Hitchens, calling them weird ass brothers who should be together in a relationship. We gonna get to that. We gonna get to that, John Sanders. We gonna get to that. He said, the John Sanders said Keyshawn was spark Shakur. And then John Sanders says, if Keyshawn stops Santos, he officially passed up Shakur. I don't care what no one says. And then Jad Queen Boxer said, I said that they doing this fight for comparison between the two. Facts, sis. They
mhm,
definitely are. They definitely top rank. They trying to shake shit up, man. They have a funny way about going about their business, and they definitely trying to shit on Shakur with both of these fights because they know both of these guys, Keyshawn and Abdullah, they action packed and they definitely got the chance to stop both of these
mhm.
guys. You know
Bro,
what I'm saying?
it's 2025. Having an undefeated streak does not increase your stock no more. Being an entertaining boxer is what increases your stock. not winning. You could win 50 times by running and landing one punch, but he ain't get one off. We don't want to see you. The fans
They
ain't gonna
won't.
buy that.
They and the one thing is sis, I peeped that too with sis. She said Jag Queen Boxing. She said they want that belt off of Shakur.
Yeah,
Interesting because
yeah.
Abdullah's in that WBC and he's rising in that WBC. They pushing the issue. They pushing the issue, and in a deeper perspective too.
Bro.
Shakur's actual fight was the Zapata. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't like I said, Turkey, Oscar, a lot of them boys, they don't give a fuck. Eddie don't give a fuck about Shakur. None of these guys don't give a fuck about Shakur. Let that
And,
fight be a close decision. You fuck around and lose that bitch to Zapata. You know what I'm
and
saying?
and then you bring this up to Shakur and Devin Haney. They say, oh well, Ali used to run around. No, Ali jabbed while moving. He didn't run. He jabbed while moving at the same time. Y'all, Shakur, we got the screenshot. You turned your back to him and literally your arms and legs is in running format. So that's what I'm saying. So it's no, it ain't no comparison. Then they bring Floyd up. Floyd, I didn't see Floyd run. I never seen Floyd run. I've seen him use that Philly shell against the ropes. I didn't see him run. I
Facts.
didn't see who ran. What great boxer ran in that ring? Who was running? They can't say. So Shakur, Devin Haney, they ruining their own stock, and I'm glad that sanctioning bodies get more strict. I'm glad that fans are labeling wins as losses still because they stock need to go down. They needs to. And yes, I feel like they didn't get thrown to the wolves. Make them big time fights happen. Quit fighting these guys that we don't you can run from and still win and fight these guys that you can beat just off of technique and speed or something like that. We don't want to see that. We need to, I ain't saying go in there. I ain't saying go in there have a Eubank band fight and just throw the whole time. I ain't saying that. Like I understand y'all to keep y'all health and everything good, but running, we ain't going to watch you no more. We just not going to watch you no more at all. That's like Ben Simmons in the NBA. Nobody want to see Ben Simmons. He's scared to do a layup. You scared to punch. What are you doing? So it's just that's who they've been, the Ben Simmons of boxing. That's who both for the Ben Simmons.
Yeah, man. And just tap it in a little bit more to what Keyshawn said too, far as Shakur and Richards and Hitchens. They was in there on Twitter back and forth, you know, kind of just praising each other and shit. And then Keyshawn came out and said, he like, man, look at these weird ass dudes like they married and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like and it was crazy because he directing it right at Africa and Shakur. And everybody be talking about this whole brotherly love shit with these guys, this fake brothership shit with these guys. And the little by little, you seeing Keyshawn starting to stray away a little bit. He's
Mm-hmm.
straying away from that brotherhood shit that he got going with Shakur, especially with this fight with Edwin, where
Mm-hmm.
he want to outdo Shakur in this shit. Don't let the bullshit, no brother shit fool you. He want
Yeah.
to outdo Shakur in this motherfucking fight,
Yeah.
and he want to get that tank fight before Shakur too as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
was
Which
reading your comment. I was reading your comments. They dude. Well, I'm gonna say his name too. Hold on, go back. Jab Queen, was it Jab Queen boxing? Yeah, talking about
yeah,
is how you lose. Yeah, it's how you lose. If you go into a boxing match, right, like Conor Ben, y'all want to see Conor Ben fight now. Before this Eubank fight, oh Conor, he all hype. Conor ain't this, he ain't that. Now he get an entertaining fight. Now y'all want to see Conor Ben. It's about how you lose. It's about how you win too. Shakur and Devin Haney really got more losses than you think. So we ain't playing that running stuff no more. I'm serious. I'm in for professional boxing bouts. Your ring can be from 20 by 20 to 22 by 22 and 24 by 24. I hope they shrink it down to 20. Cause all this running gotta stop. I'm serious. Don't bring no 24 by 24 ring no more. Bring that 20 by
now I will
20.
say this. I will say this too though. Just to add to the Keyshawn shit with Keyshawn. Um, Keyshawn did an interview on Fight Hype last night where Jack Queen, yes, says Keyshawn mentioned on the interview last night that he do not like Africa. He don't like Africa. He said Shakur, that's my dog and everything, but he do not like Africa. So and he said sometimes he gotta chill about because he's very outspoken. So he
Mm-hmm.
was like, You know what I'm saying? Sometimes that kills me at times when I'm very outspoken and everything. But I was just telling my truth. I don't like Africa. You know what I'm saying? And so no, he definitely did mention that last night that he does not like Africa. Because the crazy part, after all that shit happened, he did an interview right with Fight Hype right after that. You know what I'm saying? For about 15 minutes, and he spoke
Hmm.
about that as well. But like I said, man, for sure, like it is like you said, as far as the where boxing is headed, it is headed to where a lot of no, these fights, they are not fucking with these boxing track stars. They not. They not fucking with them. You're not going to get the decision and sit there and be all defense and no offense, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just not the case in that matter anymore. You know what I mean? Like they want you to engage. You gotta fight, man. This is boxing, man. You know what I'm saying? This hit and don't get hit, but
Hey,
it's not. It, don't get hit and don't hit. That's the problem we having right here with these
hey,
boxing
yeah,
track stars.
your boy BVO Sports tripping, man. He tripping. He talking about something we hate.
BVO,
Yeah, he
that's
talking about
my
we
dog.
hating
Hey,
on.
salute to my boy BVO.
Yeah,
BVO likes the guys that eat tacos. You know what I'm saying? All the Spanish guys. But then he been spreading this whole propaganda shit, trying to talk about all the daggone racist guys like T.O. and Ryan and all of that shit. Don't
yeah.
mind BVO. He all right.
He said we hate. He said we
Don't
hating
mind
on.
BBO. Don't
Yeah,
mind him. Don't
yeah.
mind him. Don't mind him. Please, trust me. He's a Devin Haney fan. Do not mind him. He called Devin Haney Black Jesus yesterday.
He trolling, man.
Like, you know what I'm
Hey, but
saying? Come on, man.
let me
Like,
say one thing. Let me say one thing about a lot of boxers. A lot of boxers that have been getting a bad name and stuff for various different things. I'm not hating on nobody. I don't care what race you is. I'm not hating. We want to see entertaining fights. We want you to all that stuff you do in the gym. We want to see you do that. We want to see great fights all the time. But when you don't give it to us, and we the fans, we the one paying for it for this to watch you. We the ones paying and tuning in.
big T.O. fan. Like
So
BBO's a big he's still silently a big Teofimo Lopez fan right now,
yeah,
currently for real. He just don't want to speak on it because he he right now he in a sunken place, like you said, sis, for sure.
yeah, man. It's the running got to stop, man. The run. It's a
All
difference between
right.
running. Running don't equal defense. So the running got to stop.
All right, so we can get to the next topic, man. Definitely interested to see Keyshawn fight
Hmm.
June 7th in a couple of weeks, as well as Abdullah Mason on the card as well, man, for sure.
Hmm.
Next topic, man. Speaking of Richardson Hitchens, man, Richardson Hitchens, they had a little back and forth. I guess they did the face off with him and George Kambosos Jr. And Richardson Hitchens, he tells Kambosos that he's going to stop him.
Hmm.
So, what you think about Richards and Hitchens telling George Kambosos that he's going to stop him?
He's saying the right thing, and I hope he do it. We got to take a moment to look at Cambosis, man. Cambosis fought Loma. He fought Tiafimo. He fought Devin Haney. He's fighting Richard Henderson, Hitchens. You know, even though he lost some of those fights, he's not scared to take a big fight. So I gotta salute Cambosis just for that, just for not being scared to take these fights. Because a lot of people be scared, like Sean Porter. Sean Porter took every fight since he started. But he had Broner early in the career, ended his career with Spence and Crawford and all that. Sean Porter took everybody. So you got to salute fighters like that, whether they lose or win. But Hitchens, he's a younger guy. He's better. He's more skilled. Cambosos have more experience, but I think Hitchens can't stop him. I think he can.
Nah, I don't think Hitchens stopping shit. Not
I
with
think
no.
Hitchens gonna stop.
Hey, sis, you got it right. That Richards and Hitchens is a high class Devin Haney. Facts. He
hey,
is, man.
hey,
He
hey,
is, man.
my
Richard
bad.
Hitchens don't got no power, bro. Like that's why I'm sitting up here. Like he said, he gonna stop Kambosos. I'm
Nah.
like,
Nah,
yeah.
I knew what you're gonna say when you changed your expression, so I wanted to see you say it. Nah, Hitches. I don't think he's gonna stop Campos and stuff like that. I just want to see what you're gonna say with that one. But I think he's gonna win. I think he's gonna win though. I say
Yeah,
that
he
much. He
should
gonna win.
dominate the fight with Cambosos for sure. Me personally, this is my thing. Me and Cambosos, I was going back and forth with him on Twitter a few weeks ago, cooking his dumb ass. You know what I mean? So Cambosos, like to me, I think he's trash. Like I got
He is.
this is a prime example of what I've been telling about these fighters. For us, like you can be a champion, but Nobody don't give a fuck about you. You had the title for 24 hours and then you lose it the next day. You know what I'm saying? This is exactly what happened with Cambosis. He had a fucking wild ass win versus fucking Teofimo Lopez, which is that makes me think Tio is definitely ass for losing to Cambosis for that shit for real, for real.
Mm-hmm.
And he done lost damn near every fight since then, besides though the Maxie Hughes, which was a highway robbery on that fight for real. They just wanted
Mm-hmm.
him to fight Lomachenko. And he just fought this guy, up and coming guy from Australia that got a contract after fighting him a couple months ago. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So like Kambosos, like Africa should dominate this fight, man, for sure. Like I'm mad that he's really fighting Kambosos, honestly, because I feel like Africa should be fighting Matias, man. That's his, you know what I'm saying, number one guy on the contender for us, the IBF at 140. You know what I'm saying? He should be
Mm-hmm.
fighting Matias, man. But
I see
of
that.
course, Matias, he about to fight Alberto Puello July 12th. And salute to my boy, all things. Salute to my brother, man. And you got Matias about to fight, you know what I'm saying, Puello. And now you got George Cambosis and Africa. I feel like Africa, you sweep up Cambosis. Hey, Matias, hopefully he handled business against Puello. You get a unification fight, you know what I'm saying, between them two guys, possibly, you know what I'm saying? But,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, with that Puello and Matias fight, that's a pure 50-50 fight, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like that fight. We was kind of talking about it last night on my boy, Angry, on my boy's Angry White Man podcast last night about that fight in particular. But in general, though, Africa, he gotta look sharp. You gotta show levels and dominate Cambosis better than Devin Haney did, and but you would want it to be better than Lomachenko too. Remember Lomachenko stopped Cambosis in his hometown in 11 and pushed the shutout and stopped him with a body shot, made him throw in the towel. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we gonna see what Africa, you know what I'm saying, all about in this fight, man, for sure. He should step on Cambosis, but you know what I'm saying, if it look on some sluggish shit like when Africa fought the guy Gustavo Limos,
Mm-hmm.
it might be a different night at the office for him. You know what I mean? So
We're gonna
very
see.
interesting for that fight. And that fight is June 14th in New York, by the way, too. So that fight definitely arriving in the next couple of weeks as well.
You
And
you know you
we can
you
get
know you know what
go
topic
ahead,
I'm
go
waiting for you to get to. You know what topic I'm waiting on.
ahead. So all right, the next topic, man. We gonna get to the next one, man. Interesting, man. Hearing this shit from Nick Ball, man. Nick Ball, he did an interview the other day recently, and Nick Ball, he mentioned that he believes that Daniel Dubois has the potential to stop Alexander Usyk in the rematch. What you think about that statement from Nick Ball on Daniel Dubois?
I think he's just a Daniel Dubois fan or something. He already has something against Uzi. My personal view on that fight, I feel like Dubois is getting too much of himself. Like he been on the road, but he's been on the road, but Dubois, he doesn't change much per fight. He just got a lot of grit in him. He's not technical at all. Honestly, most heavyweights aren't technical. They're just heavy handed. So I'm be honest with you. I think Dubois is taking that body shot to heart, which I think the body shot was legal. I think he's taking that body shot to heart, and I think Usyk, he looks great in the gym. Usyk looks great in the gym, and I think Usyk is preparing to see Dubois trying to be a body fighter that night so he can revenge that body shot. I think Usyk got Dubois number. Usyk is a smarter fighter. He's fought Dubois already. Dubois has not changed that much. He's just been on a good roll since then. So I got Usyk winning this fight, but I like Dubois, but I feel like he's getting too much of a big head from what he's been doing with how things been going, and I still think the Parker fight should have happened.
Yeah, facts, man. Far as I mean, Nick Ball, of course, I think Nick Ball's a Queensberry guy. Daniel Dubois, he's a Queensberry guy. So, of course, putting two together, Nick
Hmm.
Ball, he's definitely just, praising this guy. You know what I'm saying? That's,
Hmm.
on the same staple as, as both. So, uh, now Dubois stopping Usyk, man, he, this is an interesting fight, man, because of that first fight. that first fight was a fight that I kind of like going into the fight. I thought Usyk was just going to just clearly beat Daniel Barr, but it was actually an entertaining fight. And of course, you got the controversy with the low blow from Dubois on Usyk and everything, which is I thought was clean myself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But you see the build up in this fight is starting to become a little interesting because you got both sides, stating they claim like, Usyk, he's saying like, we beat y'all fair and square. We ain't cheat. And then you got the broad they side saying that, they cheated and that it was a clean, low blow and everything. So like it leads up for a good build up between both of these guys because everybody's curious to see if that shit was a fluke pertaining
Mm-hmm.
to the why or what I'm saying, and was it a fluke on Usyk end as well, man? So honestly, man, I like this fight. I would just a simple early prediction. I think Usyk probably wins by decision,
Mm-hmm.
but this is a 50-50. This 55-45 Usyk right
Yeah.
now. You know
If
what I'm
I and
saying? He got the
yeah, I
edge.
agree. I agree. I
He
agree
got the
with
edge
you.
because of the experience and I think this Dubois, like he's going to have to really take some great angles, like my boy Josh Sanders is saying, and definitely both of these guys got to attack the body. It's going to be a real chess match between both of these guys in this fight, which is it poses for an amazing fight for real, honestly, between
Mhm.
these two.
But I'm gonna tell you something. If Dubois beats Usyk, he might have one of the greatest chases in heavyweight history because he fought top tier guys without a belt and not for a belt this long. Usually, you fight guys that are medium until you get a title shot. He's fought top
Right.
tier guys until he got a title shot, and if he beat Usyk, Dubois, man, he got to have an argument now for having one of the best runs in heavyweight, one of the best run.
Yeah.
He got to have an
Yeah,
Yeah.
argument,
most
man.
definitely.
Yeah, he
I
got to have
mean,
an argument.
even with the whole situation with Joseph Parker and Bacoli, and then DeBron not fighting on that card, fighting Parker, like
Hmm.
I always kind of knew that they were going to try to make Usyk DeBron happen because that was the fight that they were looking forward to making regardless. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? They wanted to have Parker, DeBron winner fighting Usyk, and of course they didn't want to bless Parker for beating Bacoli because
Hmm.
Dubois has that title, and Dubois, his team, they were pushing for that fight with Usyk more than fighting Parker because they wanted to fight for a chance for undisputed again. You know what I mean,
Hmm.
and get it back in blood. And honestly, you think about it, like I think it was the right thing to do because you, as real men, as real boxers, you want to avenge your loss. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like anybody in any sport, you lose, you want to avenge that loss. You want to get it back in blood, and that's what we got in Dubai. And I think this is real boxing between both of these guys. You know what I'm saying? Where they ain't fuck all the back and forth and shit. Yeah, we can talk our shit leading up and sell the fight and everything, but we gonna get it cracking in the ring July 19th, man, for
See,
undisputed. You know what I
see
mean,
now,
in Wembley Stadium.
now you know why I talk about the heavyweight division a lot because that's the only division, one of the main divisions I see where there's not no ducking going on. Who has ducked who in the heavyweight
Right.
division? Who? Who has ducked who?
I mean, the thing, but honestly though, the heavyweight division is not a deep division, so it's like
Yeah,
these guys don't have no choice but to fight each other. Honestly, you know what I
yeah, but
mean? It
you
ain't deep as it was like in the '80s, '90s, and early 2000s and shit.
But it's also because, listen to this though. It's also because, like I said, they don't duck anybody. With that being said, the past prospects have fought guys that has given them a loss sooner, in which now people not labeling those past prospects as top guys. Jared Anderson, he was just a past prospect. Now we ain't trying to watch him no more. What's Frank Sanchez? Just a past prospect, got lost. Now you don't want to watch him no more. Heavyweight had a lot of big prospects coming up, and as soon as they lost, it's a pride, nobody watching it. But with that being said, they're still fighting top tier guys. Jared Anderson fought Bacole early. Frank Sanchez, he's coming up under Canelo fighting all these guys. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm saying all these prospects y'all have at other weight classes, they're gonna fight nobodies and become 28-0. Now they're gonna fight for the title, or fight for number one contendership. These heavyweights fighting the top guys at 10 fights, 11 fights, and just going straight into it. So I gotta I take my hats off to the whole heavyweight division. I ain't gonna lie to you. I take my hat off to the whole heavyweight division because I feel like even the prospects not scared to fight top guys.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about this fight though, I would say in particular with Usyk is like Usyk is like a silent assassin, man, in these fights, man. And
Hmm.
it's just amazing to see the run that he's going on in the heavyweight division, just beating top guy after top guy. And he was the guy that was a cruiserweight guy. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And just seeing what he's doing, like, let me ask you this question because I seen this a little bit recently. Is Usyk, because we remember Holyfield, he was at in the cruiserweight division and
Hmm.
came up in heavyweight and stuff. Is Usyk having a better run than Evander Holyfield did compared from cruiserweight to heavyweight?
Yeah, I didn't follow
Good, that's a
Usyk.
good question right
Yeah, it's a
there.
good question. I didn't follow Holyfield when he was a cruiserweight to know who had a better cruiserweight career before I speak on the heavyweight. They both became heavyweight champions. Holyfield fighting Lennox Lewis, fighting Bo 3 times, fighting Tyson all those times, fighting George Foreman. Holyfield had a lot of good competition. Honestly, I might say Holyfield has a better resume. He might still have a better career. The reason I'm saying that is because I think Usyk is going to retire sooner than Holyfield did, and Holyfield fought top competition, whether win or loss, until he retired. Usyk is going to go out on top at a younger age. So, it's debatable. It's debatable. It is debatable, and because like give you another example. Besides Tyson Fury and Dubois, the second fight, who else is Usyk going to fight 2-3 times? He's not going to fight Anthony Joshua again. So it's like I see the comparison because he done fought a lot of guys more. I see the comparison though, but it's also not Uzyk's fault though because there's no upcoming guy that's gonna really besides Dubois that's really gonna challenge him right now. So if I was Usyk, really, I would beat Dubois and beat Parker and retire. That's what I would do. Beat Dubois and Parker and retire.
What's up? Welcome, my brother, man. Bean from Ring Walk Boxing Podcast, man. My dog, and you came in at the right time, man. I know you was a little tardy, you know what I'm saying? Get some rest up, but you all good, brother. So we just talking about your guys, man. Nick Ball, he says that he thinks Daniel Dubois has the potential to stop Alexander Usyk, man. And I know you're a big heavyweight guy as well, man. So what you think about that?
You said think about what happened. You think
Hold on, I'll be right
Um,
back. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. You good?
you said
What you think about
think,
Nick Ball mentioning that Daniel Dubois has the potential to stop Usyk?
I mean, I would say he do got the potential, but you know they how they say it, knowing what to do or what can be done, but can you actually do it? You know what I mean? Like, will he actually succeed at doing that? You know what I mean? He knows what to do,
Facts.
the blueprint, or at least he thinks he does. They think the blueprint is the body. Well, my thing is this: if it was that straight up and down, why didn't Fury go to the body and stop him to the body? 2 fights to do it. Fury knew what to do. He saw Dubois, what was supposed to be a clean shot, controversial borderline shot. So why didn't Tyson Fury in 2 fights, 24 rounds, succeed at going to the body of Usyk? If it's that easy, you know what I mean? So a part of
Facts.
me says that too. You know what I mean? Like, hey, saying what to do with Usyk and actually doing it on Usyk is two different things, man. He's a special type of dude for real. He's a special type of dude. So we'll see, man, if he can strategize that plan, man. And hey, if the body shot work, it work. You know what I'm saying? You just got to make sure he don't give him an argument. Make sure that it's a a real clean body shot, not like on the border or whatever. Like make sure you keep those punches up.
Facts. And another question too, I just asked Ish, um, do you think Usyk is having a better run than Evander Holyfield from, both of them guys coming from cruiserweight to heavyweight? Is he having a better run than Holyfield?
That's a good question. Would I say a better run or would I just say I would say in fairness to Usyk, he is he jumped up real fast. Like he went from cruiser what to straight into Chaz Witherspoon, I think first. I think he fought Chaz Witherspoon, yeah, then Chisora. Um, then Chisora straight into AJ. So I mean, I think that he probably went to the level of a more dangerous opponent like AJ fast after 3 fights.
But I mean, to his credit, man, just his level of what he could do, like he was a finisher. You know what I'm saying? He could box and he could brawl. You know what I'm saying? Where Usyk
Facts,
is just a
facts.
real tactical boxer all the way around. He's not gonna take too many chances. He'll get in the pocket enough to land what he needs to land and move around. But where Holyfield, he'll go toe to toe and slug, which I don't know why Holyfield did that, being a smaller guy, but he just had that type of warrior heart, you know what I'm saying, and warrior spirit. Like Holyfield would sit there and bang it out with Riddick Bowe, Lennox Lewis. He don't care if you're much bigger than him. You know what I'm saying?
And good
Holyfield
comment
was
by
very
my boy
special.
John Sanders right there. He says he believes not quite because Holyfield had better competition at the time at heavyweight compared to Usyk now. That's a good. That's a good answer right there too. I like that right there because I do feel the competition around Holyfield's era at heavyweight was way more competitive than the competition and the state now of the heavyweight division right now. Because the heavy, like I was saying before, I was telling before you came on, I was telling Ish, I said they're going the heavyweight division isn't as deep as it was, back in the day. Like it's not deep depth wise, what I'm saying, as back in
Right.
the day for real.
Facts.
Okay, so let's go into the next topic, man. Which is we still on the heavyweights, man. Eddie Hearn, he had an interview the other day, and he says that Deontay Wilder is not feared anymore. How you feel about that statement from Eddie Hearn?
Uh, I mean, that's the thing about it, man. When guys, even like Mike Tyson, I'm a Tyson fan from my era. So Mike Tyson, he lost to Buster Douglas. And then everybody thought it was open field or whatever. And don't get me wrong, he did have some losses after Buster, but he had a lot of, he had a lot of knockouts and stoppages even after Buster. You know what I'm saying? So I would say that, still tread and be careful. I mean, I don't think everybody should get so excited. Like I see that one dude from over in UK, Dave Allen, the one that just won that fight.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like, man, now you calling out Wilder. It's like you might be the one to get, you know, you might get your issue, man. You
They
want it, you might just get it,
they
and you
they,
thinking that right now,
they
you
want the
think he
name on the
fooled.
resume.
Yeah, you think he fooled just because he lost the last couple. It's like, dude, okay, but you don't hit like Zhang, Dave.
Facts,
What's his name? You don't hit like Zhang. You ain't. You know what I'm saying? You ain't Zhang though. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man.
facts,
People
facts.
just be they be doing a lot of this, man. You know.
The facts. My boy Josh Sanders, he says Ernie Shavers would clean heavyweight division now by himself alone, just him. Then Jag Queen Boxing says Eddie Hearn is a damn snake. You got that right, sis. And then she follows up and says, and most of the reason his fighters lose is because of his stinking ass. Facts. Yeah, interesting with this thing. I got an interesting perspective on Wilder a little bit. Wilder, I want this is my question I've always kind of like had. What made Wilder go over to the zone and start working with Turkey and Eddie Hearn over there? I mean, because they gave him the tougher fights when he went over there, and compared to guys like Anthony Joshua, where he got the opportunity to fight Aganu and Otto Wallen and shit, and then you got Wilder fighting two tough guys and Joseph Parker and Zali Zane, you know what I mean, right out the gate. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you remember they was trying to build up to try to have a fight with AJ and Wilder, this past year. If they both won they first, no, they fights. AJ he had to beat Wallen and Wilder had to beat Zane. And of course, AJ he knocks out Wallen, and then Dagon Wilder he gets knocked out by Zayn. You know what I mean? And this is a whole another situation where I say I don't like when some of these promoters, out, quote unquote, turkey out of sheep, planning ahead all the time. Another case of planning ahead instead of just making the fight right away happen with those guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, just make the fight happen. Why you got to put a fight in between these guys to try to build up for a bigger fight with each other?
Right,
It's
right.
stupid. It
Yeah.
don't work like in the matchmaking. If your matchmaking was good, you would have gave Wilder a little soft touch fight, just like you did with Anthony Joshua, so they both can meet up and fight each other. But then you give him a tough ass fight with Zane, knowing Zane is a big knockout artist and you fucking get Wilder head knocked off in there. You know what I mean? This is just stupid logic and stupid matchmaking by Turkey Al and Eddie Hearn. Like, and really, and real talking, you go back to the history and stuff, you know what I'm saying? You know, obviously, you know, I don't feel like AJ never wanted to fight Wilder. I don't think it's him. It's his promoter. I think his promoter was steering him away from the fight with Wilder. I believe AJ's game to fight anybody. I don't think he's scared at all. I think AJ has a lot of heart and he's a warrior in this boxing game. You know what I mean? But I feel like if he was a different with a different promoter, probably this fight with Wilder and AJ would have been happening. I just think Eddie Hearn was trying to milk money out of AJ as long as possible, putting him in certain different fights, you know what I mean, and keep him away from Wilder because he felt Wilder was dangerous as hell at the time when Wilder was on his run at the time.
Hmm. I like the perspective, man. You got a good perspective, man. One thing about it, you always gonna drop some good gems, man. Yeah, man. It's like timing too. Timing is everything. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
But like you say, I do feel like just go ahead and make AJ versus Wilder regardless, and everything else can come down the line later. You know what I'm saying? It was really no rush to have them, or even like how AJ just fought Dubois and lost like he did. You know what I'm saying? If you would have just went on ahead and had Wilder versus AJ from the gate, it wouldn't have been no. You know what I'm saying? It would have been no like mishaps or what ifs. You know what I mean? For Joseph Parker to beat Wilder on decision and then messes up the whole situation.
right. I just felt like, man, just like with Eddie Hearn saying this about Wilder, saying that, he's not feared anymore. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he has some logic to it, to what he's saying pertaining to that. But at the same time, yeah, it's still hard to hear from him say that because, like, we always wanted the AJ versus Wilder fight to happen, and Eddie never really pushed forward for the fight necessarily. He never pushed forward. You know what I mean? And I'm just not a big guy in between putting no, if you're going to put two guys in a fight, leading up, building up for them to fight each other, like give them both the same mutual op. Give them a soft touch, you know what I'm saying, so they can win this fight easily, and then they get to fight each other. Like, you know what I'm saying. Don't give one the tough fight, and then you give the other one the soft touch. You know what I mean? And John Sanders, my boy, said Eddie ain't want to see Wilder stretch him. Then John Sanders says, I think they should also do AJ versus Fury. And just to kind of piggy off that, of course, we was talking about AJ and Fury in the chat earlier. Of course, for Fury, he come out with a video saying that he's staying retired and everything. But then AJ, he made a statement saying that he believes that he's going to be on the opposite of the ring um Fury this year sometime soon, possibly. And Fury, he's continued to speak about him staying retired, man. Like, what you think about that, real quick?
Uh, One thing about Fury, man, I take what he say with a grain of salt. Once a person get caught up in so many lies, and then they get caught up in their own lies, it's just like, man, why am I gonna sit here and keep entertaining the things they say? I take it with a
Right.
grain of salt. Like, okay, just like this one guy said, he's from UK, I can't remember his name. on the interview I was looking at yesterday. He was like, "Man, look, I'm like this with Tyson Fury. I'm to the point, he'd be like, I'm to the point, mate, where either you're gonna come back and fight, or you just gonna stay away, but quit talking about it. Quit playing the game. Oh, I might come back. I'm done. You know what I mean? Come on, ain't nobody on the mind games no more. We see through Tyson Fury. You know what I'm saying? Like the mind games ain't really working for real no more. It worked maybe in the
Facts,
beginning, but after a while, people broke the code. Okay, they know that's how you get down. That's what you'll do. Try to get into the mental
facts,
of somebody. Ain't nobody tripping off of Tyson Fury.
facts. You think he bluffing, man? You think he gonna actually come back for real?
Yeah, I think he'll fight AJ, especially for the type of money it could still generate.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
absolutely. John Sanders, he says facts, Bean. He just wanted attention and free wants fans to beg him to come back. Facts, and that's nasty work, man. Like, bro, like you don't got to get no attention from us, bro. Pulling this little bullshit ass fake retirement, man. Just come back. We know you want some more money. Go ahead and make the big fight with AJ and Wembley. You know what I'm saying? Out there in the UK and get to the bag, man. You know what I'm saying? That's a fight like I feel like, of course, Fury fought Wilder. Of course, they squared away what they had. You know what I mean? They did it 3 times, and AJ didn't fight either one of these guys, Wilder, I mean, or Fury. And I feel like, it's still room for, these three to fight, well, Wilder and Fury per se to possibly fight AJ. You know what I mean? I feel like there's still room for the fight to happen, but nobody not about to beg Fury to fucking come back and fight AJ, man. Like we hit to the bullshit. Like we ain't on that,
Mm-hmm.
bro. Like Fury, you're not that fucking valuable for us to beg you to come back and fight Anthony Joshua, dog. Like
Facts,
after
man.
we just seen
Facts.
you got whooped by Usyk twice in a row just now. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? He just packed you up twice. So we're not that interested to beg fucking Fury to come back and fight. You know what I'm saying? This is just not the case in this matter right here.
Exactly. It's like Tyson thinks he's more than what he is. You know what I'm saying? He puts himself and some of his fan base like on a whole nother like level to everybody. Like they made him seem like the boxing god. Like, okay, this dude can't be touched. He's so much more better than everybody. It's like, bro, you got all these advantages. You're 6'9". You probably walk around close to 300. So when you come in a fight,
Facts.
you're like 270 and 6'9", and Usyk is like 6'4", and he was backing you up a lot of times. The little dude was backing you up. In the first fight,
Controlling
he
the
had you laying
pace.
on the ropes. You didn't know where you was at. The ropes held you up. But then you want to talk all that. Come on, man.
Facts, bro. Like he was controlling the pace of both fights for real. And that's, you know what I'm saying, for real. You know what I mean? Like Fury, we ain't worried about you, man. You know what I'm saying? You gonna come back and fight, man. But nobody's not about to beg you, dog. Like you ain't that valuable for us to beg you to fight, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're not like that. You're not like that. So we could go ahead and run to the next topic, man, where we about to get a little hot on this one now, man. Little depth, these last few topics. Daggone, of course, J. Paul, man. I'm just going to get into it because I ain't get to talk about it this week. I seen everybody talking about it, and I'm just sitting back watching all these people. Like, man, this y'all people in boxing is sick, bro. Like, y'all sick. Y'all just be believing anything that these guys be out here saying, bro. Like, and don't be having no logic in y'all thoughts about this shit. But of course, J. Paul, he's doing an interview the other day recently. I think it was it with Ariel Hawani? I think it was Ariel Hawani. And he's doing an interview and they asked him about, him and Tank Davis fighting and stuff. And then of course he says, yeah, we were set to fight, but we were gonna fight at 195. I'm like,
Yeah.
bro, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, and I've been telling people the whole time. I'm like, this man Jake Paul is clearly trolling at this point, bro. He's clearly
Exactly.
trolling. Like, if yeah,
Clearly.
y'all don't understand that, bro, like, then just be gone. He's using Tank Davis' name to sell his fight with Chavez
Yep.
Jr. That's
Yep.
all the case this is. That's
Yep.
all he's doing. He's
Mm-hmm.
using Tank name to promote his fight with Chavez Jr., man. Just
Yep.
like the rest of these dudes out here using their name to sell their fights, man. And
Mm-hmm.
why would Tank Davis fight Jake Paul at 195? Where's the logic in that? Like,
Exactly.
I'm trying to really grasp where's the logic from you people that think Tank will gain 195 pounds to fight Jake Paul, bro.
Right.
Jake Paul, come on, be fucking real. Like,
Exactly.
and I even further say this. Of course, and you look back in boxing history, a lot of the guys that were stars in the past, they both I mean, a lot of these guys was taking exhibition fights while they were in their fighting careers. You know what I mean? And a lot of those guys didn't get, blasted for that. But if Jake Paul and Tank was to fight in the exhibition match, everybody in boxing would go up in the uproar over this shit. They already trying to make this a thing about Tank disrespected the sport by possibly wanting to fight Jake Paul when this man Jake Paul comes out and says, "Yeah, we were going to fight at 195." Who the fuck gonna sanction that fight? I'm trying to understand who's going to sanction the fight. Tank is a guy that's small as hell fighting at 135. Tank can fight at 130 if he really want to. If he could campaign at 130 if he wanted to. That's how small Tank is. Why would
Yeah.
he gain all this weight just to fight Jay Paul for some millions of dollars?
Right.
Especially when he got real live smoke right now with his contemporaries that he trying to get through right now. Like it holds no logic, and a lot of these Tank
Exactly.
haters that's out here trying to spread this propaganda about Tank fighting Jay Paul is fucking retarded. Y'all retarded and make me think that y'all was in the IEP class in high school. Like it literally makes me think that because y'all guys have no logic in boxing, and this is why y'all guys, when y'all be in these debates on these panels, etc., y'all be getting cooked because y'all don't pose no logic in y'all talking points, and this is no logic in y'all talking points to continue to try to hate on Tank in any way by insinuating that he's going to fight Jake Paul at 195 pounds. Like Jared Queen Bosnick, the man Tank weighed in at 132, 133 his last fight versus Roach. Come on, make this make sense, man. Like it's no logic in Jake Paul fighting Tank Davis. Like Tank's never, like Josh Sanders said, has Tank ever weighed at 195? Fuck no. Everybody, we all know this, especially anybody in boxing, even if you don't even know, you don't even like Tank.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows Tank ain't never weighed up to 200 pounds in his life, bro. Like, come on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Man, even a big dude.
it just, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm about to say, even a big guy like Sean Porter, he couldn't pull off probably at 190. You know what I mean? And he's a big dude. Sean Porter wouldn't look right at 190 pounds. And Sean's a big
Facts.
dude. Played football back in the day and all that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like you said, man, they just trolling. He's just trolling. Jake Paul, he just doing what he do, man. Just way over the top though,
Facts.
man. Way over the top.
Yeah, man. It's really I haven't, of course, a lot of people. I'll be in a lot of chats, a lot of panels and stuff. Just watching everybody talk about boxing and stuff on a daily basis, and then I'm just seeing all of the Tank hate, and I'm going to continue to say this: the hate that Tank gets, he gets I feel like he gets more hate than Floyd did in his prime. Like it's literally YouTube channels literally formed to hate on Tank on a daily basis. Other socials formed to hate on Tank on a daily basis. Like people's paying these guys to do content hating on Tank Davis on a daily basis, and I'm seeing it in real time. Like if anybody know how AI works with YouTube, there's a lot of AI formed YouTube boxing channels right now on YouTube right now, where these guys are basically they're getting all of the content on Tank that you can hate on him much as possible, and they're literally having AI sit there and run down all of that information, and they're pushing it out as content to hate on Tank Davis. That's how deep the hate for Tank Davis is. And I think people don't understand how deep the hate is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because they're literally trying to make Tank look bad in any circumstance. He popped out this morning with a picture today wearing Chrome Heart in the mirror and stuff with his bag. Everybody like, shit. Oh, Tank Davis, he looking gay, man. He got the baggy pants on and he got this big ass bag that's looking like a purse and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Finding any circumstance to hate on Tank Davis. You know what I'm saying? Like for sure, Jack Queen about to say it's deeper than that. It goes to PBC and it goes even more. Exactly, Jack Queen Boxing. It goes even more just with PBC. You see the hate that PBC gets in general. You know what I'm saying? They doing the same thing for us that with a lot of these AI generated YouTube channels hating on PBC, saying that PBC they going broke and stuff. You got guys like Rick Glazier, the main guy that's out there saying that PBC is going broke. He been saying PBC going broke for damn near 15 years, and I ain't seen nothing for his brokenness at all from PBC. I see him more. I see that PBC is the only damn near boxing promotional company that's actually profiting on their events. That's actually profiting because a lot of these other guys that's out there, Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn, Oscar De La Hoya, all of them guys, they ain't making no money over there. Bob Earl, add him in there. He about his contract about to be up with ESPN. You know what I'm saying? They trying to find them a new home. You know what I'm saying? You don't see the propaganda on these other companies that they do with PBC saying that top rank that they going broke.
Right.
Or you know what I'm saying? They ain't saying shit like that with Eddie Hearn and Oscar De La Hoya basically selling them souls to Turkey Al Sheik, Frank Warren as well. They ain't speaking about that type of shit because they want that side to look good as much as possible. Shit, Oscar De La Hoya has sold Ring Magazine to Turkey Al Sheik, and look what Turkey Al Sheik doing with Ring Magazine currently. Like all of his promotion and all of his shit that he likes to put out propaganda, his lies and propaganda, he uses Ring Magazine for that, for all of that. You know what I mean? And of course, with PDC they're the main company that's getting hate, but they're the only company that's standing strong and not needing Turkey Al Sheik like the other companies is. The other companies they need Turkey Al Sheik, but not even realizing that Turkey Al Sheik is pulling back from all of them with this whole TKO boxing situation. To where I've been on record saying this on the channel, they better get their shit together. Eddie Hearn, Frank Warren, Oscar De La Hoya, they better get their ducks in a row. You better get them contracts and make sure them contracts locked in with y'all top fighters. Because daggone Dana White and Turkey Al Sheik, they want to steal them guys and bring them over there to TKO boxing over there. So they better be cautious of how they moving for real. Because PBC, they got their ducks in a row. Shit, you ain't getting none of they superstars. You ain't getting David Benavidez or Tank Davis to fight on Turkey Al Sheik platform. Not going to happen. They're not going to put their stars on their platform unless it was a big, substantial amount of money. But it's so crazy. Turkey Al Sheik, he went to hell and water to fucking pay Canelo all of this money to fight for 4 fights for him. But at the same time, he don't want to pay Tank Davis 2 Ferraris. You overpaying all these other guys like Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, these guys that don't want to fucking fight, that want to run and be boxing track stars, fighting scary out here. You overpaying and spoiling these guys. Why would you not want to pay a guy like Tank Davis that can bring you some money to the fucking table and actually put on and entertain the fans? but your ego too much in the way. That's the problem. Your ego too much in the way, and you want Tank Davis to bow down and do whatever you want. And Tank Davis the only one besides David Benavidez, and I add him in there too. They the only two motherfuckers that's standing on business against Turkey and boxing right now. Everybody else, they over there on their knees, dick eating daggone Turkey out of Sheik over there for money. Everybody besides Canelo, because Canelo he's the cash cow. He gets to do what he fucking wants. You know what I'm saying? And he's at the point where he's gonna do whatever the hell he wants for sure. You know what I mean? There's just a little just a deep detailed dive into that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And this carries on to the situation with Tank and Calvin, man. Tank and Calvin. Of course, a lot of people speculating the relationship with Tank Davis, with Coach Calvin and Coach Kenny and everything, especially after what just happened a few days ago with Turkey Al Sheik gifting Upton Gym new equipment, which is, from what I'm hearing, it's a they're doing a tour. Turkey Al Sheik with Ring Magazine and Box Raw, they're doing a tour through a lot of boxing gyms throughout the country, gifting them with equipment and working with some of the kids and stuff in the amateurs and the gyms and stuff. Basically trying to uplift some of the amateur boxing scene in America, which is kind of interesting in a deep perspective because it's like um Turkey Al Sheik's really trying to he'd do his bad shit, but then he'd do a little bit of good shit to make himself look good. But we see a lot of the bad shit though behind the scenes though. You know what I'm saying? So, but this gesture is a good gesture for sure. I had a different opinion at first. When I thought about it, I was like, yeah, Turkey Al Sheik's trying to get to Tank through Coach Calvin in Upton Gym. Like he's trying to get through Tank through them, which is I still feel that that's definitely the fucking case in this matter too. Like I'm still reading the room there between this. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, but is this a situation where like did this cause a rift, even more rift between Tank and Calvin, which I don't think is no rift honestly between them. Honestly, bodywork boxing, man. Salute my dog, man. Salute. Yeah, I don't think like I didn't read into much because at the end of the day, Coach Calvin is a father figure to Tank, and Tank, of course, he right before he fought Roach, he said, no, Calvin gonna be with me forever. You know what I'm saying? He tatted on me and everything. Now, family wise, they locked in, but business wise, it's definitely looking a little different. Even though I heard that Coach Calvin's in Florida along with Tank. You know what I'm saying? And Tank's getting ready for the rematch and everything. But and of course, I feel like I want Calvin to be the guy because I felt like everything was looking good when Calvin and Kenny game planning and Calvin putting the extra touches, getting them ready, Tank ready for camp against Frank Martin and everything. And Tank, no, Tank was sharp in that fight. Tank wasn't as sharp in this rematch. In this first fight with Roach, he wasn't as sharp, and the game plan wasn't complete for him to win in this fight. You know what I'm saying? 100% with Barry Hunter being the head trainer. And I know you've been on record, recently saying that you believe that Coach Calvin should definitely be the head trainer in the rematch. He should keep everything the same. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I'm saying? Keep Calvin and Kenny in the corner. And if you want to add little pieces with Barry Hunter in the camp working a little bit, let alone with possibly a Kevin Cunningham, which Tank has worked with Kevin Cunningham in the past as well. And Kevin Cunningham, he's the guy that's down there in Florida as well. So there's a little rumors that Tank is working with Kevin Cunningham and Calvin in a sense, but we don't really definite know 100% who's going to be the head trainer for this specific fight in the rematch right now, man. So I don't, me personally. I don't think it's a big rift between these guys, but it's a little something there, and I think it's just a business thing for us, business a little bit. I don't think it's money. I just think, it's something to deal. It's something pertaining to, you know, the actual, fight, the fight at hand, as far as that. You know what I'm saying? Elder Boxing, salute my dog. What? So how you feel about it, Bean?
Um, yeah, man. I mean, like you were just saying just now, definitely, I feel like that chemistry. I just stick to that, man. Coach Calvin and Tank is just meant to be, man. Certain things are just. It's just like if I'm looking at it from a musical aspect, Snoop and Dre. You know what I'm saying? They have a certain chemistry, a certain thing. Even though that's not like a dad and son, it's more like a brother and a brother. Well, I'm just saying, like it's the same type of principle. Certain people like mesh together a certain way that nobody else would. You know what I'm saying? Like Snoop could
Facts,
get another
facts,
producer or whatever, but it ain't gonna hit the same as a Dre beat. The Dre and Snoop, they sound together, make it what it is. Coach Calvin and the understanding is it's like it's already understood. You know what I mean? Like that old statement, man. What's understood don't need to be explained. It's like
right,
Coach Calvin and Tank, man. That's just what it should always be. Until Tank
facts.
hangs up the gloves forever, it should be Coach Calvin over everybody.
Facts. My boy, reading off my boy L Dub, he said, I like Coach Cunningham for Tank. That one fight they had together was his sharpest I've ever seen from Tank. Facts. Yeah, Tank, I will say that the fight that Kevin Cunningham did coach Tank, Tank was on point that night, man. So like we got like we got little situations like that where it's just it's really Tank has worked with other guys in the past. Barry Hunter has been a part of his camps in the past. Of course, Calvin has been the main head trainer for him in majority of his fights. Of course, and a lot of people feels that Calvin is the guy that can get the best out of Tank Davis. You know what I'm saying? But we just seen Kevin Cunningham get the best out of Tank Davis as well. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I'm a guy. I'm a guy where I feel like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But you got to go back to where what was who was work who you got to go back to working with who was you were working with to make you be successful. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like
Right.
Coach Kenny is a guy that I think he strategizes for fights very well. Like you seen how sharp he was against Frank Martin and the game plan, like the cross the you know what I'm saying, the way that he knocked out Frank Martin, Coach Kenny and them, they literally lined that up and worked on that in camp. You know what I mean? Like so we know that Coach Kenny is a hell of a game planner when it comes up to fights for sure. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Read my boy L Dub. He says Coach Cunningham has more control in the corner over Coach Calvin and Barry. One voice. I agree for sure. Jag Queen Boxing, she says, and that goes back to what we said before history with coaches to make a rhythm. Facts, facts. Josh Sanders, she said, Cunningham did great with Tank, but Tank should stick with Calvin and Kenny for sure. Yeah, man. It's just I like either or, man. For real, I just feel like no Tank. He's a guy that he knows what's best for him. He's been in the game for a long time. He knows what's best for him. I mean, I feel 100%, and I think he's going to make the right decision because I know that he knows this rematch is very pivotal. It's a very
Mm-hmm.
it's a big moment. You got to show up and show out. You know what I mean, for sure. And you want to win clear. You want to beat Roach clear in this rematch to where it ain't you don't want to leave no doubt to where it's a motherfucking no a trilogy. We don't want no trilogy because we want to see Tank Davis fight his other contemporaries. We want to see the Shakur, the Keyshawn, Lomachenko. We want to see them other fights. Those are the fights we want to see from Tank Davis. So we need Tank to knock Roach off so we can move forward, man. So we can move on to these other fights, man. Because no, it's other other fights out there that's important that we want to see from Tank, obviously, and it's just crazy, man. It's crazy, man. He said, Rita said, Jack Queen Boston said, Elder, yeah, you don't need all that confusion in the corner. I agree with that for sure. For sure. Then Josh Sanders' Tank is heartbroken, y'all, but he getting back right. He said, Jack Queen Boston said, I thought Loma checked himself into a nursing home. The Josh Sanders says, Tank gonna finish him. I do believe that. I believe Tank gonna be on point, man, for this rematch. I truly believe it. I think Tank, he knows what's at stake. And he knows that I got to get this right now. I got to knock this guy Roach off, and we can keep pushing for the rest of this this run that I'm on in my prime right here right now for sure. You know what I'm saying? And let's get to the spicy shit a little bit more spicy. We heating up a little bit, man. Shakur Stevenson, man. Shakur, this is something I seen on Boxing News 24, man, and they kind of posed this question: Shakur Stevenson defense and fragile hands versus William Zepeda's fucking willpower and pressure, man. Which one is better in this fight?
Hmm. I mean, far as the entertainment standpoint, far as keeping you, you know what I'm saying, you kind of your eyes, you know what I mean, on the TV and not like doing everything else, because sometimes certain Shakur fights, people tend to be having their eyes on other stuff. You might get up and just start cleaning your living room, or because you're not really that glued to that fight. You know what I'm saying? Zepeda gonna bring it,
Absolutely.
but it just depends, man. Like, Shakur, like, what we gonna see? Like, what kind of version we gonna see? He talk a good game, like he gonna turn up and do this and do that, or he'll critique his self, but not like that time in that interview after that one fight where he got booed. I think he was in his hometown. And he was like, "Well, he wanted to do this. He wanted to keep grabbing onto me, and I couldn't fight on the inside." He just started saying all this other stuff, and I'm like, "Okay, you supposed to be this top level boxer. To some extent, you got to learn how to get around certain tactics when you were a top dog. If you elite, you start to learn that just like a person can say, oh, this fighter was running all night. Okay, well, are you going to cut off the ring like you should? You know what I'm saying? If you can cut off
Facts.
the ring like you should be able to get caught up to that opponent.
Facts.
So it's just a lot of things these guys ain't doing on their behalf as well that makes the fight even worse. You know.
Facts. Yeah, bro. I feel the same exact way for as you feel it, man, for sure, bro. With far as this case, though, far as Shakur's defense and fragile hands versus Williams Zepeda's relentless pressure, man, I'm definitely, yeah, I'm definitely intrigued with this matchup for real, man. I think everybody is because this definitely has been a great subject at hand for us in boxing over the last couple of days, man, for sure. My boy Josh Sanders said. Kerr better get that snack pack and pray it works for those middle school hands. Hey, salute to my dog D1, man. Everybody subscribe to Angry White Man Boxing Podcast, man. It was lit last night on the panel, man, for sure. You know what I'm saying? For sure, my dogs D1 and William Old School, man, they be cooking up, man. Crazy over there. But yeah, man. Cepeda, he's gonna be very relentless, man. And I keep hearing a lot of these Shakur fans out here, man. Y'all Shakur fans is nasty out here, dog. Like, oh y'all, I'm hearing people saying they gonna stop, and he gonna stop Zepeda. They downplaying Zepeda, saying Zepeda trash and shit, saying that he gonna step on him. Like, it's like this is one thing I noticed about boxing fans when some of these fighters when they say certain shit, some of the boxing fans get real excited and they really be truly believing these guys. Like they believe a guy like Shakur Stevenson, a guy that we know really don't have no fucking knockout power, that really has real live brittle fucking hands out here right now currently. currently. Brittle hands. And they out here saying that he gonna stop Zapata, a guy that punches 1,000 punches in every fight of his, 100 punches per round, damn near. And they're saying that Shakur has the opportunity and the potential to stop Williams Zapata. Like the Shakur fans gotta stop with this delusional shit, dog. Like, gotta stop with this shit because is the pay to get up in that ring and he throwing them 100 punches per round and Shakur get the running around that ring on his boxing track star shit, it's gonna look bad. I'm gonna continue to say this all the way up until July 12th. And I'm gonna continue to make you Shakur Stevenson fans mad. Shakur Stevenson is going to have to bring some offense to the table. He can't sit back there and be all defense and no offense in a fight with Williams Zepeda where he's throwing 100 punches per round. It's not going to work well for him. And he got to understand and read the room as well that Turkey Al-Sheikh and Eddie Hearn and Oscar De La Hoya, they do not fuck with you for real. They say it publicly, but they don't fuck with you for real. They showing you with the business by putting you on the damn undercard again to Edgar Berlanga and fucking Hamza Siraj. Hamza Siraj ain't even fucking never fought in the States. Edgar Berlanga, he just fought on Ammo Williams fucking undercard. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be more realistic here and read the room. You gotta read the room in this. They're going
And
Shakur Stevenson going to have to bring some offense to the table. He gonna have to bring leather on leather in this fight. Go ahead, bro.
well, I think this will be a defining moment. I think for Shakur, a defining moment where he can do some self-reflection. You know, after this fight, go look in the mirror and be real with yourself. Well, hey man, if you look, you know you was running around that ring, too much defense, couldn't let your hands go for whatever reasons. It just might be a defining moment to where you sit down and have that big talk with your fam. Like, look, I think it's time for me to get ready to hang the gloves up because there's no sense of you
Facts.
keep fighting in there if you're, you know what I'm saying, if you just like can't really, you know what I mean, perform. You can't really execute and you know make these people excited about your fights. Or it's no need to keep prolonging something when it ain't, if it really ain't there. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to mask something that ain't there. You know what I'm saying? Like if he ain't got it, then I think it's just best for you to be real with yourself.
Yeah, my boy L Dub Box, he said I can't see Zapata throwing 100 punches per round versus Shakur. That punch count would be cut in half. Yeah, it would be cut in half. Only thing I can think of it being the cut in half is Shakur providing offense in the fight. He would have to provide some offense in the fight and make him pay similar to what Floyd Mayweather was doing in a lot of his fights. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be the case, you know what I'm saying, in that manner, in my opinion, for real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I believe this is the crazy part. I still believe Shakur's gonna win this fight. You know what I'm saying? I believe like he gonna have to really outbox the fuck out of Williams Zepeda in this fight to win it. You know what I'm saying? But he gotta provide some offense. He can't sit there and fight the same fight that he fought with Edwin De Los Santos fighting, Williams Zepeda. You know what I'm saying? The guy that's gonna be relentless. You know what I'm saying? Williams Zepeda, he said that he's gonna stop. He think he can stop Shakur. He's saying that right now, currently. He said that he's going to stop Shakur. I don't think Williams Zepeda has the power to stop Shakur. That's just my opinion. I don't. He throws a lot of punches and bunches where it accumulate to where he does stop guys after a while. You know what I'm saying? But the competition with Williams Zepeda coming up, a lot of guys. He just really, his last two fights with Tevin Farmer. Of course, those was two tough ass fights for him. But in the past, like the competition wasn't that strong, in my opinion. Golden Boy, had some great matchmaking leading up for Williams Zepeda. Look at his record. The man got over 30 some wins. You know what I'm saying? He done fought a lot of fights, but he hasn't fought the top tier guys yet. You know what I mean? And now he's fighting one with and Shakur Stevenson. I feel like Shakur Stevenson, man, he got the goods to get the job done versus Williams Zepeda. But this fight style wise, it matches up well, and it matches up well from Wiz to Payton if Shakur's not going to provide no offense.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop
Yeah.
the link for this last little topic we got of the main line. Real quick, and I'll do this real quick, y'all. Hey, no, it's doing something right. Janky shit. It's trying to be janky. Eh, so we can get some dialogue. I bet. All right, the link drop, y'all. If y'all want to come on and talk some boxing on this last topic, of course we gonna continue to talk about Shakur and Zepeda. If everybody want to come on and talk about that and talk about some of the other topics that we ran through, but for sure, the other topic I want to definitely talk about is Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. Man, both of these guys ducking this rematch, trying to shy away from this rematch from each other, dog. You know what I mean? And anybody want to come up, the link is in the comments if y'all want to come on and talk some boxing with us, man, for sure. You know what I mean, um, and my boy Josh Sanders, he said, hey, now, Tevin Farmer was about to quit round 5 on the second fight. If it wasn't for Farmer's wife, so Zepeda does have decent power. So question needs some answers for sure. For sure. As says oh shit, yeah. All right, bet. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, hold on. Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm
All
here.
right, we good?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, we good. All right, it was good, sis. Hey,
So happy
sis
Saturday.
was good. Everybody, make sure y'all subscribe to Jag Queen Boxing on her channel, man. She cooking up, man. Major over there. What's good, sis? What you think about Shakur Stevenson's fragile hands
Let
versus,
me tell you something.
versus
When I read that article, I was giggling like hell. I said, Boxing 24 is so petty. They did not have to say that. But I mean, realistically, I guess that would be a concern. It has been a concern for what the last 7 fights, I believe his grandfather said, or 7 years he's been experiencing hand issues. I mean, obviously he's been able to cope with them. He has continued to fight, but perhaps I guess that is what they're trying to allude to when, blaming his lack of star power or his lack of excitement in the fights. Maybe he's
facts.
saying that that's a reason for that. I'm not necessarily sure, but they do always make reference of that. As you can see, when they did the face off, the interviewer even asked them, how are the hands? You know what I mean? So that's obviously something that's in everyone's mind when, Shakur Stevenson is brought up, because it doesn't appear that he's an 100% fighter, but he gets done what he can get done. I mean, let's say what it is. He has been winning, but to your point, what's your name, Bean? Oh,
Yeah,
you know what?
Bing.
I'm sorry. I think that was the other gentleman that was on earlier. To
Oh,
his
Ish, yeah.
to his point, you can lose even when you win. You know what I mean? And I know to a lot of people that doesn't make sense, but if your performance isn't as exciting or isn't as stellar as you would like it to be, people can lose interest. And this is what I said earlier about it really doesn't matter to me, because like his record, like now Devin's record that he had expunged, that means nothing if your performance is not, entertaining. This is the entertainment business. We
Facts.
understand the sweet science. We understand all of those things. But if you want to elevate yourself in this sport to the next level, to where you are the big bag, like Gervonta Tank Davis or one of these other guys that we see, then you're going to have to increase your performance in the ring. You know what I mean? So I am very interested to see how he performs against Cepeda. Um, and I do know Zepeda throws a lot of punches, but that may not necessarily work towards his benefit. You know what I mean? He's gonna have to go to the body early. He's gonna have to stay on Shakur ass, because we all know he's gonna move. You know what I mean? Lateral movement, up and down, jumping, who knows? But he is going to be on the move. So he's gonna definitely have to cut off the ring. He's gonna have to go to the body. We're gonna see how Shakur takes his punches. We're gonna see if he fights in the pocket as was requested during that press conference, if he's going to stand and fight, or if he's going to meet Roadrunner. You know what I mean? So we're going to
Mm-hmm.
see.
Facts, facts.
We'll definitely just see how things pan out. But what was your next topic you were going to answer?
No, I wanted to add to that though. it's interesting that I mentioned that too last week. I like Zapata team putting that pressure on Shakur, saying like, "Don't run. We want you to fight. You saying you gonna put belt their ass, you gonna step and everything. We want you to fight. Don't run. We want you to stand in that ring and fight." And I like that they putting that pressure on him because that's gonna be the whole stigma on Shakur building up on this fight. Is he gonna bang with Zapata at one point in this fight? And that question is definitely is very questionable.
Well,
It's very fucking questionable.
I will say that's a two-part answer because, as you know, Cam, we travel in the same circles, go on some of the same panels, and run into the same group of idiots. So a lot
Facts.
of that, you know, how they tried to blame Jose Ramirez for Devin's performance, and then they try to blame so and so for another performance, Skull for Canelo's performance. Let's see if Zapata takes the initiative to cut off the ring because, like I said, he's going to have to corner this nigga. He's gonna have to because
Right.
he's gonna be running scared like a mouse. You know what I mean? So you're gonna have to corner him and you're gonna have to make him fight because he's, in my opinion, I could be 100% wrong, but in my opinion, he's not gonna stand there and trade willingly. That's just not who he has displayed himself to be thus far. So I really can't see why he would change at this point. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Facts. Definitely gonna have to use
Definitely
use the corner, use the ropes to his advantage for sure in this fight.
Yeah, he definitely utilizes that ring to the best of his ability, maximizes every inch of the ring. So Zapata's going to have to cut the ring off. He's going to have to be the more dominant force, obviously. Shakur, he tries to counter a lot. He doesn't really do a lot of output unless you come at him. But he is more focused on defense than offense. So we're going to see if Zapata is going to be able to outland him if he catches him. But like I said, his best options are going to be to go to the body to slow Shakur down so he won't be able to move as much. And then we will see what Shakur is made of if Zapata is able to get those things done.
Facts, facts, facts. What you
Hmm.
think about that, Bane?
Yeah, man. She made some great points, man. I mean, shoot, ain't nothing I can say to real. I can't put the icing on that cake because I mean she put it down. That's real. I mean, Zapata got to be the one to to do his part of it. He got to cut off that ring. He got to go to the body, take some air out them tires. You know what I'm saying? Because Shakur gonna do what Shakur gonna do. That's just who he is. You just don't overnight go from being a Shakur to a even a Terrence Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Like he don't even got that much in him to where even though that's like his big brother, but he really ain't took no blueprint from Bud because Bud do know how to turn up sometimes. Bud do know when to
Facts.
press on that gas or get in that pocket and you know what I mean. But Shakur to me, man, he just the type that's gonna get it done his way, but it ain't gonna be necessarily an entertaining fight.
Facts.
You know what I'm
Facts.
saying? Unless you just really, really love boxing as a purist to where you just like, okay, I'll sit up here and watch this. But most people ain't gonna watch that, man. They ain't feeling it.
And then you think about the Shakur performance, like after he fought Artem and seen in the locker room where Bud and Andre Ward, they trying to tell him like, man, you gotta cut off the ring. They trying to school him and teach him, give him some pointers, and
Yeah,
he ain't even trying to listen to him. Like, bro,
right.
these are two Hall of Fame fighters right here. Like, yo, so-called big brothers, and you ain't even listening to what they trying to tell you after your fight. Like
Yeah,
he's too big on himself as far as ego, just thinking like, oh, my style isn't what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna win, and my way. It is what it is. But the performances is it matters though. It matters. Like, even if you win your performance, if you have a shitty performance and you won, it matters. You know what I'm saying? Because these promoters, they look at stuff different where they'd be like, oh, you had a shitty performance in this fight. You know what I'm saying? For real, you won, but you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be able to give you as much as you want for real. You know what I'm saying? In certain cases, it goes down in different, layers in business and stuff with these guys' performances. And the fighters need to be understanding of that predicament for sure.
And like I said, and I don't want to blame him because, we all know and love Mayweather, but he is partly to blame for these young black fighters worshiping this. Oh, you know what I mean? They take a look at
Yeah,
Money Mayweather. They don't look at Pretty Boy Floyd, to see what he kind of went through because he will get in there and he will rock with you. You know what I'm saying? It just so happens he was just that smooth. You know what I mean? But there
facts.
Mm-hmm.
are, to your point, Cam and Beam, there are a lot of fighters with O's that we still look at like dogs. Number one, the face of fucking boxing, Canelo Alvarez. You know what I'm saying? You got David Morrell that just took his first loss to David Benavidez. Guess what? David Morrell's still a dog. You ain't about to just run up on him and do any old thing to him. Caleb Plant. You know what I'm
Absolutely.
saying? So there's, like you said, it's the way you win and the way you lose. And some of these guys need to stop being so scared to take that they're missing out on big opportunities to put marquee names on their resumes.
Facts, facts, sis, facts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because we talked about it last week, Being where we was talking about these guys protecting their O's. Like, this era is not cut from that old school cloth where the O's didn't matter. Like, these guys back in the old school, they lost the fight. They was getting in trying to avenge they lost, man. And I just
Yep.
don't understand this era of boxing to where like they say they want to fight certain guys, but they hiding behind promoters and putting roadblocks in between fights and stuff like that. And then they expect us to look at them and be like, "Hey, motherfucker, we think he's the nicest guy ever, like since sliced bread out here. Like that don't be the case, man. For it really doesn't. It really doesn't. And like this era boxing, they need to get back to like, and you seeing it in the fights where the judges is judging in the fights where they're not compensating these fighters doing this boxing track star for wins anymore. We just seen it with Boy Chuck and Fox last week, a little bit similar, a little bit, but man, it's just crazy, man. That this era boxing, a lot of these guys are soft mentally. You know what I'm saying? And they're just not built tough. They're not built for tough like the old school fighters, man.
And I wanna touch on what she said, Miss Queen. Now, she made a very good point. Now let's rewind, because to be fair, I wasn't necessarily the biggest Mayweather fan myself, right? But as she said, if you look at the Pretty Boy Floyd era, which I had to go back and do my due diligence and kind of go look at that part of his career, he was turned all the way up. He was in the pocket. He was knocking out these guys, and it was due to an injury with his hands that he had to switch up his style. But it's a cause and effect. The fact that he had a messed up hand, he did have to be more defensive and more smart. So I get why
Facts.
he, you know what I mean, how he looked different later on. But it's like Shakur and these other guys, they're not even giving us the pretty boy stage at all. They just want to
Facts.
be all moving around the ring, all defense,
They want some
very
money.
little offense, just enough to get by, just to skate through a win. To say that they threw more punches and landed more, it just
Yeah.
ain't what it is,
And
man.
I get what they're trying to push on us, that it's the sweet science. People don't respect the sweet science anymore, but that's not necessarily true. I feel like once you get to a level where you want to be a star and you want to be on pay-per-view, and if these guys don't want that, then that's cool. They're lying. But if that's the level of stardom that you want to be on and you want to charge me to watch your fight, you better put on a performance. I don't want to see you pity pat. I don't want to see you outpoint another boxer if I have to pay for it. If I have to pay for it, I want to see somebody get hurt. I mean, it sounds a little cringe,
we
yes, but I want to see somebody get hurt. That's what I'm paying for, right? Because if not,
want to see pain.
yeah, you can stay on free TV on an undercard and we can just live life like that. You know what I'm saying? But
Facts.
I got a feeling for all the trash talk that they do about Gervonta Tank Davis, they would trade spots with him in a second. That's why they're always calling his name. That's why they're always talking trash about him, because they want that limelight, not realizing also that you have to get in there with some guys. You got to get in there and shake shit up. You know what I'm saying? And be willing
Facts.
to get in there with some hard hitters. Like, I hate when people say Tank hasn't fought anybody, because I got half of his resume beating all of their resumes and half of them beating they asses. So I don't even understand what they
Facts.
say, what they mean when they say these things. But nevertheless, sticking to Zepeda and Shakur, those are the things that I think he'll need to do in order to win a victory over Shakur, and Shakur is going to have to possibly get in there and fight in spurts, maybe in the pocket, to give us something to be like, ooh. Like, you can't just 12 point your way to a victory. I don't think that that's gonna elevate his career. I think he has missed a couple of opportunities to elevate himself to the next level in boxing. He could have fought Devin Haney.
Facts.
I know this whole controversy around whether or not him and Tank were supposed to fight. There was at least a conversation at the bare minimum. That was an opportunity you should have jumped on if that's what you really wanted to do. You were a free agent. You could have signed with Tom Brown and the PBC, but you didn't. Whatever the case is, he missed
Absolutely.
a couple of opportunities to elevate his career. As we look at it now, his resume doesn't really read that great. And I don't like when they compare him to Mayweather, because Mayweather got nothing but dogs on his resume. I mean, Jesus Christ, you know what I'm saying? He was at the dog pound every time fighting. You know what I mean? So I kind of want these guys to keep things in perspective. I don't know if you're going to cover Devin's little Bill's wet dream of a hit list that he created, but even within some of those, I really don't see a path to victory for Devin. But I mean, all these guys, like you said, they lack the heart. They lack the grit now. You know what I mean? It's like they get socked in their mouth and the whole fight is taken out of all of them.
Facts, man. We want to see pain out there. We want to see somebody get their ass whooped. Like, it's boxing, man. We want to see some blood on the canvas, man. We want to see leather on leather. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to see this pity pat party that these guys out there trying to do, man. You can't sell us that bullshit. But this is boxing, man. This is a gladiator sport, one of the most gentleman sports of them all out here. Aged from years and years ago. You got to come out here and fight, man, and put on a show. Like,
Yeah.
we coming to see a show. We paying pay-per-view and stuff to see a show. We want to see some leather on leather, and we ain't seeing it from some of these guys. And these guys want to get paid top dollar, but y'all ain't entertaining us for the top dollar. And it's going to equate to where these promoters, they're going to start shying away from you guys, and they're already doing this slowly but surely already by putting some of you guys on undercards.
And
They
and
putting
and
you
to your
on.
and to your point too, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Cam.
Go ahead, go
To
ahead, go
your
ahead. You good?
point,
You good, sir?
and I wanted to just spit it out before my mind goes somewhere else. To your point, that's why they had this, even though it was like a quick little spurt, they were thinking about implementing a no running rule because of how horrible Devin Haney's performance was. And I get,
Yeah.
a lot of people call it lateral movement. Hey, and I even said it. Maybe it's a tune-up fight. Maybe he got to get used to things again. But don't be running around here acting like you did something. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's one of my issues with these guys too. Don't glorify some of these fights as if you really did something, because you didn't. So
Oh yeah.
Facts.
And to kind of piggyback off of what you and her was saying, just speaking of Shakur, you notice like here recently, he needs to pump his brakes. He's on all these different platforms, all these different interviews with different people, and Tank is always the person you want to bring up. Yeah, you about to fight
Facts.
Cepeda right now. We don't even know you're gonna beat this guy, but you want to talk that Tank talk. Tank, tank, tank.
Yeah,
Come on, man. Pump your brakes.
yeah, yeah, bro. That's what I've been saying, and I've been
Yeah.
saying this for the
Check yourself before you
longest.
wreck yourself.
Facts. It's facts. I've been saying this for the longest that why pay attention to the whole build up for this fight with Shakur and Zepeda, where he gonna be talking about Tank in every interview. The caption gonna be Tank name in every interview. He gonna be answering all the questions. We already done seen him in the Breakfast Club interview. The whole interview was about Tank. He only talked about Zepeda twice. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's just nasty work that we see this shit. And the crazy part, we ain't like Keyshawn has a whole fight in 2 weeks. And for actually the first time, we ain't even hear Keyshawn talk much about Tank leading up to this fight for real, which is kind of I'm a little bit appreciative of that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because I see Keyshawn, he looking like he trying to stand on business and he focused on his task at hand rather than Shakur. He don't got much to sell on this fight for real. He gonna sell by talking about Tank, and that's the
Mhm.
whole fucking case, bro. These guys, they literally be cloud chasing off a Tank name, trying to sell their fights. But when both of these guys are available, when Tank available and all these other guys available, these guys they don't be saying Tank name. They like, man, Tank, he ain't on shit, man. Yeah, we don't. Like, you know what I'm saying? They start stuttering and shit. Like, what happened to energy? Talking about Tank was ass and all of this, and I can beat Tank and all of this. Like, where all that energy be at?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
For sure. You know what I'm saying? So like we get into this next one though for real. All right, man. I got questions and we was talking about this briefly last night on my man Angie White Man Boxing Podcast last night. I had to bring it up into attention because I heard Boxing Hacker up there, man. He was up there doing a lot of capping up there, man. That shit was getting on my
That's all
nerves,
he
man.
do. That's
Like,
all
and
he
I was
does.
sitting back since I was sitting back in the cut. I didn't even comment in the comments last night. I'm just sitting back in the cut, just chilling, like just listening in. And I'm like, man, I gotta hop up in here. I'm just hopping straight on the panel, man. I'm hopping in. Let me go and pop some shit last night. And we got to talking about no Devin Haney with his hit list, of course, and then talking about Ryan Garcia with Oscar De La Hoya saying that Ryan Garcia that they're not interested in the rematch because of Devin Haney's going to run and everything. Y'all mean, and it got crazy, man, a little bit last night, man, about it, man, because I felt like in my position for real. Salute to my dog Thomas Hill, man, my brother, man. You know what I'm saying? My stance on the whole Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia fight right now, I feel like that's the fight that the Haney fans should be pushing for. And I'm seeing that the Devin Haney fans are trying to push for him to fight Teofimo Lopez more than fighting Ryan Garcia right now, which I feel like the best fight for Devin Haney right now is fighting Ryan Garcia. Like he got to get that back in blood right now. So what y'all think about like far as like Devin Haney, like he's no he got the hill list for us. No, he's pushing to fight Teofimo Lopez more right now, and then Oscar saying that they ain't interested in the rematch. It looked like both of these guys are shying away from the actual rematch with each other.
Well,
Ladies
man, I
first.
feel like.
Oh, my
Oh, was he
bad,
saying
man.
something?
I was gonna say ladies first, but hey, before anybody go, let me say what I gotta say. Shout out to my main man who got the major network, got the brand new network, and he's from CamJ. You know what I'm saying? CamJ Network. Shout out my main man. You know what I mean? He on the dream team. We gonna keep it a beam, keep it a stack.
For sure.
You know what? It's a fact. And shout out to the queen of jabs, all kinds of jabs. And if you mess with her, she'll poke a jab at you too. So shout out to her too. And shout out to the chat, man. You know what I'm saying? We keeping it trill in the chat. We got my man, the Louisville Slugger, Josh Sanders, aka Kentucky, TWT by way. And we got my
Ville.
man, the Angry Man White Podcast, the Angry White Man Podcast, D1 in the house. Was good. LW the plug. I saw you up in here too. My bad.
For sure, man. For sure, man. So, what you think, Thomas Hill, on Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia shying away from each other right now, currently?
First and foremost, man, like I say, neither one of them really got the bread that's necessary for them to put on any events. Hence, DHP ain't got nothing going on and popping, and they ain't even know Ryan Garcia, RGP. So they got to do what they are told to do, and a lot of these fighters, save one, Canelo, got to do what they told to do because they don't command everything to stop whenever they in the thing. Tank on the
Absolutely.
way there. Tank got everything brewing in his way, just like Mayweather had a long time ago. All he got to do, they want him to lose. Now they beg for them to lose. They got people to promote their own self calling his name. They get a fight, they call his name. So everything's brewing. All he got to do is just line them ducks in a row and knock them down one by one. So with that being said, I
Right.
think the biggest reason why Devin not call, I'm gonna go all the way back, circle back to your answer question. Remember, there was a fight. that was an exhibition for one fighter became biggest fight in one other fighter's career history. But for one fighter, all they were fighting was C plus fighters, and that was one of the C plus fighters. And even though it was a big fight for that person, it was a legacy fight for that new person. He relegated that person, a C plus fighter. Said, you know what? You ain't even focused, dog. You ain't even in your right mind, and you ain't even taking this fight serious. So I'm a wager on your you making the weight. Didn't happen. Laughed it away. Got in the ring and didn't laugh no more. And
Fact.
never lived that down. So calling somebody a C plus fighter, then going up in there playing with them while they was over there having their press conference and betting on the fact that you ain't gonna make a weight. It had a certain look to it when it didn't play out the way that they thought it would play out in the ring. So you can't go into a fight like that and say, well, the only reason why I lost is because he was on something. Because now if I go back and fight and I lose again, then was it really because he was on something? Was he really a C plus fighter? And the garbage clown that we say Rolly is he really just a garbage clown? So these things is factoring in the fact that he probably should put that on hold and probably go for somebody that he probably got a really good chance of going to, because this Mickey Friggy don't like the fight coming forward. And I can run him around in two punches because he'll get frustrated and then he'll lose his patience and then he'll be open for anything. And I ain't got to really worry about something hitting me and putting me to the putting me to the canvas. So that's Devin.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan,
Facts.
Ryan just took the world by storm, man. He had a hell of a money venture with Tank Davis, a possible rematch. Then put the gay that boy that beats now. He my son. He put a record, two records, three records on Devin Haney after they fight, and on top of that, a lawsuit for fighting. The irony, and then there came Rolly playing around, probably not taking it seriously, maybe trying to f over Turkey's money and his influence in the thing, and then with Golden Boy, the fiasco that is over there, and the foray of clownery that takes place over there. It probably had him disillusioned that Rolly, he fortunately lucked his way up into a championship, then lucked his way up into another championship. Didn't look too good after it was told he couldn't hold in the pit bull match, and struggled with a dude that a young buck just dispatched of pretty easily. So he ain't
Fact.
really like that. And Ismail Salas came along and started getting him to focus a little bit more. And Rolly got some stuff that you got to worry about. And if he can just come with some semblance of a game plan, he might be actually difficult. And I think you saw that. I think you saw
Right.
a combination of a lot of things. Both of them being off for about a year and some change. Both of them having their names ran through the mud or raked to and fro, made memes talk bad about, and then not really interested in the people who they really got. I mean, we had a fabricated title made up for that fight in general. So like everything shows that like it's not really the fighters, it's the people that put the fighters and the fights on. I mean, hell, Manny Pacquiao can be slumming it up in the office over there where he at in the Philippines, and the next thing you know, oh, I want to fight. You number 5 in the nation. I mean, in the world. So like I think those the looks that they got from their subsequent fight and the words that has been expressed, and then the possibility of something not looking like it really is. So that's what I say, if you follow me. So basically, to recap, Devin had a bad outing in the ring against a fighter he said was C plus and was joking with. If he has that fight again with him and it does play out the same way, then that revelation that they got about him popping dirty and him being on drugs really wasn't the reason why they lost. Maybe it's just because I'm just not as good as I thought I was. Or maybe he just better
Absolutely.
than me. And the same thing for Ryan. Ryan, like, why revisit that? If I win, it's gonna be like, well, he was garbage anyway. And then if I don't win, it was like, oh, I'm a drug cheat.
Right.
So that's why right now Devin got to show himself better than what he did in that ring, and Ryan got to prove that, hey, yo, all that brawn and that strength I've been putting in the ring, where I've been knocking ninjas out, ain't because I've been cheating. But also one thing too, this is one disclaimer, and I'm gonna shut my mouth.
How you
If
good?
if I was always told once something, always something, right? So if he
Right.
really is a cheater, there are matches where we seen cheaters still get their ass beaten. He cheated against Tank too.
Absolutely.
Just remember, if he cheated against Ryan and everybody else, I mean, Devin, he had to cheat against everybody else. It wasn't something he just started doing. So, that's another thing that's put up in there too. So I think it's the prospect of future fights and how they look in a fight, and how this people these days take a fighter. You can lose and still be good, man. You know what I'm saying? I
Facts.
seen horses lose and then be some of the greatest race horses before. I've seen teams lose and then become some of the greatest teams ever. But when boxing comes in these days, we forget about Sugar Ray Leonard. We should forget about Tommy Hearns. We forget about Marvin Hagler. We forget about Aaron Pryor. We forget about all these other great fighters, Muhammad Ali. You know what I'm saying? Sugar Ray Robinson, Henry Armstrong, all these fighters took losses. So you mean to tell me because
Right.
they take a loss is a bad thing? Nah, man. It's only a bad thing when you don't learn from the mistake you learn from the experience. Because it's not a mistake. It only becomes a mistake when you choose to don't acknowledge it. And I think that's where they at right now. And I'm gonna shut up.
Absolutely, man. Jack Queen boxer.
Yeah, I'm here.
You got something to add to that with Ryan and
Um,
Devin?
Well, to Tom's point, he's right, but I actually I disagree. I think that they should have fought immediately. It would have been an even playing field. They're both coming off of a year layoff. They both, the performance, look how it looked. And as someone said, I'm not remembering who it was, Bean or either Thomas, who said this was going to be a legacy fight for both of them, and in fact, it is, right? So Ryan needs to prove that he can beat Devin no matter what, and Devin needs to prove that the only reason Ryan beat him was because of Ostarine. Now, I am of the belief, as Thomas stated, if you cheated before, you cheated then. So, I mean, which one is it? Just the Ostarine was more potent when you fought Devin and less potent when you fought Tank and Duarte and all these other people. I mean, let's just call it what it is. And let's also remember the fact that Ryan beat him 3 times in the amateur. So it could just be that Ryan has his number, and that's okay. I just don't think that Bill and Devin, like we said before, glorifying those O's. He went immediately to get that O back on his record like he was dying without it. So I just feel like they need to fight again. I'm sorry. That's just the way I feel. They need to get that back so we can know what's what once and for all.
Facts, facts. Bean?
Hey, that's what's up, man. It's just like all this, all this camaraderie and chaos, all behind the Ostarine situation or whatever. It's like y'all made y'all raised hell about all this, right? So, in the scheme of it all, you saying it's because he was on Ostarine and had something extra in him is why you like to do certain things. You kept making uh amateur mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Getting caught with the same thing over and over and over. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. So, just to clear everything up, when you want to run it back, look at Tank versus Roach. The eye thing when he took the knee or whatever, and then they made a big thing about that. So Tank was like, and Lamont was like, okay, we both want to run it back. We both got something to prove. Let's step back in there right after this and let's clear this up. Usyk and
Right.
Dubois, so we don't leave no mystery about a low blow or a borderline punch. Let's run this back. Let's get an understanding. So why is it all of a sudden you can make all this commotion about he had Ostarine, blah, 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 and now all of a sudden your energy shift. Now you focus on a whole nother man on this other side over here. Why are you worried about T.O. right now? I know it's because you feel like he don't have that level of power, and he's not going to be as much of a threat. So you're going to get that off or whatever. Okay, I get that. But you need to right that wrong first. You need to right your wrong. You got your old back after all that. You ran your mouth and y'all did all that crying or whatever. Okay. Okay, he cheated or whatever. So go ahead and show why. First of all, go show that he cheated and this is why he won. So I'm gonna prove to you that I could beat him when he ain't on something.
Absolutely,
It's
absolutely.
that
I
simple.
agree.
They making it
It's
so
that
complicated
simple.
right now. They overcomplicating the whole situation.
Kind of like how I
Yeah,
was speaking on. I kind of overcomplicate. I just basically said what he said in so many more words, though, man. But pretty much what
right,
he
right.
just said. Hey, I'm gonna say this too, bro. I'm for the fight, bro. I think that that's the only fight that matters. I think that fight is way more lucrative than the To fight. It's got so much laced into it. And yes, they performances put a little bit of a damper, but just only a little bit of a damper on it. I think people still want to know if that fool Ryan a cheater, and if you know Devin was only like got bested in the ring like that because of the Osterine. But let's not get things twisted, man. There's a lot of people, especially in Haneyville, and some anti-detractors of Tank. They'll sit there and say this because that's a former Tank opponent in Ryan. That the only reason why that fight looked that way was because of the cheating, and also because Haney didn't fight his fight. Now, Haney fought his fight. And if you look before they came out, while the co-main was on, they were showing how, they always segue to the fighters before they come back out. Derek James was in there working on timing the jab. And in that seventh round, it finally hit for Ryan. He finally got the timing. And once he timed it, Devin knew at that point in time I could no longer control the fight because it. Once he got back up, he tried it again. Boom, got hit back and went right back down. So he
Well,
knew at that moment.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
No, I shouldn't have cut you off. Finish, Thomas.
No, I was just gonna say once the jab got timed, he now had to find a contingency plan, and unfortunately, nobody in the corner. I think one person said that they should do something differently, but it was overruled by the fighter himself and the head trainer and his pops. They had no contingency plan. They had no way to adjust for that, and that's ultimately what turned the fight because now he was fighting bucket naked out there, doing stuff that he has no clue of how to do, and it's just
Absolutely.
become will versus skill at that point in time. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not no punk.
right.
He went into I'm not no punk, man. I'm no punk bitch. I'm no punk bitch. So that's what happened, man. But hey, he was fighting a hell of a fight until that point.
Facts, facts. Go ahead, Jack. We watching my baby.
No, I kind of just want to disagree slightly, because I feel like from the very beginning, Devin was trying to play catch up because if you remember, 30 seconds in, he got mollywopped, and from there
Right.
he was trying to play catch up, get his lick back. So whatever game plan they had kind of went out the window because, like Thomas said, he was trying to prove I ain't no bum bitch. You know what I'm saying? Which is why he kept getting up. You know what I'm saying? Which is why he kept trying to move forward in the fight. And another thing I kind of want to highlight when you talk to some of the Haney fans, and I don't like clumping them all together because I hate when they do it to Tank fans, but when you talk to some of them, I'll say the delirious group of them, they love to say how Devin was winning rounds 2 through 6. So which one is it? I mean, was Ryan just so hopped up on Osterine that he just beat the brakes off him with the Jolly Green Giant strap on his back? Or, did the Osterine work in spurts where, what I'm saying, 1, 7, 8, 9, only when he hit him was the Osterine working? Like, I need them to just pick a narrative so I know which one to squash like a bug. You know what I mean? But I just wanted to put that out there too. The bottom line is 30 seconds into the fight, he got clipped, which gave Ryan more confidence, in my opinion. And from there, Devin was trying to play catch up.
He was trying to prove that, that Ryan was the C plus fighter. He originally lied and said that he was. You know what I mean? Because ain't no, you can't talk trash about a nigga and then he whoop your ass. That look horrible. You know what I'm saying? So, and
Facts.
I am pretty sure that they are glad through the grace of God that he failed that last drug test. Because if not, then they would have been stuck with nothing but Devin was saying, which was nothing but a copy of what the hell Mayweather said. You know what I'm saying? The C plus fighter, I'm gonna show you, blah, 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 all this extra crap. So, I just feel like that was something that that they only through the grace of God were able to prove. You know what I'm saying? And not even prove it. They just got lucky. You know what I'm saying? They got extra lucky with that failed drug test. So
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm gonna
I don't
add to
know.
this, man. Yeah, I think with this situation, like I was speaking about it last night on my stream last night, and I was speaking about it on Angry White Man Boxing Podcast, cooking up on Hacker a little bit last night. You know what I'm saying? The Haney fans, I feel like the Haney fans is really trying to realize straight away from the fight because they feel like Teofimo Lopez is a easier fight for them. In reality, it's not an easier fight. Teofimo can fight too. He can fight. You know what I'm saying? And the factor of them, they were saying that, oh, we want to fight Teofimo because of all the racist stuff that he's doing and stuff recently and everything. But like I said last night. Ryan Garcia, y'all portray him as a racist. This guy cheated y'all apparently, and he beat y'all ass last year. You would think that they would be pushing more for the Ryan Garcia fight more than anything, but they're not currently. They're pushing for Teofimo Lopez. And Hacker last night he kept trying to say, "Oh yeah, Oscar De La Hoya, he the one who said that they wasn't interested in the fight." Yes, Oscar said that, but we know Oscar word ain't bond 100% on what Ryan Garcia gonna do. We didn't see Ryan Garcia go totally against Oscar on a lot of situations. So, like I said, and plus on top of that, Oscar don't control the fight for us. No, who paying who? He ain't putting up the money for the fight, so it ain't really his say so at all anyway. It's really Turkey say so because he's the one that's invested in the fight. But in general, you got the Haney fans that literally trying to say, "Oh, we want the Teofimo Lopez fight," when the fight they should be pushing for is Ryan Garcia. I don't understand why the Haney fans isn't pushing for Devin Haney to get his get back with Ryan Garcia, and this strand of totally 100% away from it. And I think it's bullshit for Oscar De La Hoya to say what he said, talk about, oh, he's a runner. No, they got to fight, bro. It's a lot of questions on both of these guys, and we need answers on what's going on with both of these guys, on who's better between both of them. Like, that
Mm-hmm.
fight has to happen. It's one of the biggest fights in boxing currently, for real. They'd make a shitload of money if it was in the US, but they talking about having to fight in Saudi Arabia. That's a whole nother thing. But in general, it should be no reason why these guys should stray away from each other on fighting each other when the best fight for them currently, the most money that they can make is fighting each other. No, Oscar, he talk about Rolly rematch possibly for Ryan. No, yeah, that'd be, it's a right thing to do. Try to, allow Ryan to avenge his loss immediately against Rolly. But like I seen John Sanders and I seen other people in the comments, they were saying that, Rolly, he probably a guy that has Ryan number. And Ryan probably a guy that has Devin number. I feel like the Haneys is scared to fight the rematch with Ryan and they're straying away from it because they believe, honestly, they're not confident that they can beat Ryan Garcia in the rematch.
Yep.
Think about the reason of them fighting Jose Ramirez, fighting, a soft touch before he fight the rematch with Ryan Garcia. You know what I'm saying? Ryan, he wanted to fight the rematch right away, but the Haney's didn't want it. But you got the Haney's pushing that narrative, trying to say, oh, Ryan didn't want the rematch, so that's why we fighting Jose Ramirez. No, that wasn't the case. Y'all the ones that asked for Jose Ramirez. Turkey Al-Sheikh, the one said it himself, that y'all asked to fight Jose Ramirez in that fight first before y'all fought the rematch with Ryan. So it's so many loopholes that you'll catch out of the Haneys that I always say you're going to catch them in lies and contradictions. And the Haney fans, they don't have many talking points. I said this last night too. I'm like, the Haney fans talking points is ass. Like
Well,
they,
first of all, they don't have many fans, so that's probably why.
that's not 50 of
It's drag
them.
queens for you. Hey man, I will
Go,
say
go
this,
ahead.
bro. I'll say this. I don't mean to cut you off, man.
Are you good? You good? Good. Go ahead, bro. Cook up.
People like Hacker, man. I don't even believe they fully believe what they saying. They just trying to control. They just trying to be a voice of opposition, so to speak. And
Facts,
on top
facts.
of that, man, if you notice, most fans of Devin or of Shakur of or anybody that's in opposition with Tank, they really hate Tank more so than they rock for their friends. You can see that right now. There's a fight brewing, a pretty dang good fight. One that I think Shakur gonna walk on, but I mean that's just me. I feel like Shakur
Right.
is a fantastic boxer, and I believe that even with hurt hands, Zepeda don't offer nothing for that man, and it's gonna look relatively easy. And then Zepeda will be cast away as somebody that's just over the hill or washed out, or he really wasn't that good. Just like what
Gatekeeper
will happen.
status.
Yeah, yeah. Just like what would happen when the most ducking artist in the ring right now, and Tank Davis handles these people that he's supposedly running from. But that being the point, I think he has a fight that's really, really significant. And I got people that rock with him. They only talk about Tank, about Harry Grease, about Jake Paul, about everything other than the fact that they got their favorite fighter coming up with a fight that's gonna really set him. So if he can go in there and put on a masterclass performance against this dude, people gonna be like, "Yo, that dude really like that." And they not even
Facts.
putting the energy on that. They putting the energy in, and Boxing Hacker will root for anybody that's in opposition of Tank. He will come with, and,
Absolutely.
and this ninja is like the voice of, like he's Encyclopedia Britannica or something like that. Mickey Fricky thinks that he has all the answers, the wherewithal, knows how all inner workings go with contract structures and all kind of thing. Nigga, you're not sitting at the table. Most of the
Facts.
fighters are not sitting at the table. But the bottom line is
Facts.
this, man. We don't need to hate on these fighters. We need to push for these fighters to get to the ring. Because ultimately, the
Mm-hmm.
ring tells all. The ring told us that Ryan is a good fighter. The ring told us that Rolly, in spite of what people think, is a good fighter. The ring told us that coaching matters. Ishmael Salas got with him. He's no longer with Bullet, and now he's got a semblance of a game plan. Now you put that
Right.
power along with some discipline and some structure, you might have something to worry about. So like we gotta make sure we do our due diligence as fans and people who talk about the sport to talk about it in such a light that we don't throw shade on it. Cause I noticed that like only certain plants grow in the shade, and most of them is weeds, dog. And you don't want them in your yard, dog, unless it's the
Right.
time you can light them up. 420 on the way. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I say this: that fight is a must. Tio is a dangerous fight for him to take right now. If he were to take it, because the look that he gave me in the ring against Ramirez was one of uncertainty, not of not having skill, but just not fully like confident in his skills
Right.
and his ability to do what I got to do, but more importantly, his ability to take a punch. William Old School Orange, shout out to my man Will I Am. He, along with D1, they make up the Angry White Man podcast. He said something very poignant. He's a former boxer in the amateurs, and he said his dad had this one dude that was like undefeated, and then he got in the ring and got knocked out, sparked out, and then he was struggling. And he came to his dad and asked him, like, yo, I see your son over there shining and he doing this. And he's like, yo, I want to know if you can get with me and hell with me. He told the brother just like this, man, you could have all the talent in the world and you can have everything you need to get back on your feet and dominate. But the first thing you got to do is get punched. You got to know that you can take a punch, because right now that's the thing that's holding you back. And that was the thing that was holding Devin back. He didn't know if he would take a punch
Mm-hmm.
and it would look the same way. And that's why every time a punch came, you see them eyes look like raccoons, because he was nervous.
Facts.
Like, if I take this punch, will it play out the same way? And then will the noise come back? Because niggas need to calm the noise. when people go and lose their mind, it's the noise that they hear that's really not there. You know what I'm saying? And in that ring, when you're in that ring, you can't be focused on noise outside. What about if the noise is inside your head and it's ringing louder than that crowd out there? It gets in the way. So I don't want him fighting no TO. If he's gonna go for
Right.
somebody that's a threat, then it should be Ryan. Just like I didn't want Tank to fight no goddamn Jake Paul. I don't want him to ever fight Jake Paul unless it's after his career is done. Or
Right.
if you're gonna fight it in the middle of the career, you better damn well give me Shakur, Devin, T.O., and freaking Keyshawn Day. Now, anybody else I don't care about because these are the Mickey Frickies that's gonna whoop his tail according to them. So you should go on and run them out. And yeah, you could do that. You could do rematches with Pitbull and Ryan Garcia and whatever the case may be. But I would rather the rematch, and he did that. So I'm happy with that. And then from there, I would say Shakur should be enemy number one. And for people saying what Shakur do, Tank only say that because it's about money. All these people want more money. Roach said this, and I'm gonna leave with this. Roach said, I could have gotten more money fighting someone else, a lesser known opponent. So let me show you the truth and the lie in that. The truth is that he probably could have got more guaranteed up front. I'm pretty sure he didn't get a big guarantee up front. Tank don't even get a big guarantee. Every fighter that is his contemporary gets a bigger guarantee than him, but that's all they get. Tank don't get just guaranteed bread. He gets the muscle off of his hustle. The hustle off of his muscle, I should say, my bad. So he's getting the after effect. And that after effect kicks in so damn good that Roach, having gotten his stardom bigger, his name buzzing better, and people talking about him, he ain't took a fight. He waiting for that fight. So we know that bread is real. So they can
Facts.
say whatever the hell they want to say, but we know what's reality. Reality plays itself out, and the ring shows us the ultimate reality. So for me, that ring
Mm,
look for Devin looked like he was nervous. The ring looked for Ryan looked like he was displaced and didn't believe that Rolly was going to be that much of a problem for him. And the ring work for the rematch on Tio would be, Tio went through his moment, but never did he look like Devin did in that fight. Even when he fought Sandor Martin, even when he fought Cambosis, he never looked like Devin did. So Devin's got to clear them cobwebs, and then I think then you can start entertaining some fights that are heavy hitters. That list they put out, there's only one or two people on that list that they really targeted. Everything else is cannon fodder, bro, just to make it look like, yeah, we want the biggest and best fights. The biggest fight for any of them ninjas around 30 to 47 will be Tank Davis. Forever will be Tank Davis. That's why whenever they go into a fight, tank, 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 tank. And that's all I got to
absolutely.
say, man. And also, I will end with this. Me, Ant McQueen, my man Angelo, and Pound for Pound Boxing Talk got a platform called The Casuals Corner. We broke down in great detail the fight leading to the Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney fight, and then afterwards, we have chronicled that. And as we said, man, unfortunately, the thing that changed that fight was timing. Because he did get buzzed in the first round, but he didn't go down. He got buzzed. He started to win 2, 3, 4, and 5. 6 was debatable. 7 was when that nightmare happened. And ever since
Absolutely.
then, it was like, I ain't no punk bitch. But in that
Yeah.
thing, I just saw that the after effects still linger with him, man. And unfortunately, I hope that he can get another fight in so we could see him calm that ish. Because right now he's fighting it. He's fighting it. And you could tell when he talks. Because before, this dude can really articulate himself well. He knows how to address questions. Even when they try to hit him with trap questions, he was very confident in his answers. But now you hear, because, he know. All that ish I've been saying before didn't look like that in the ring. And the only thing I can hang my hat on is that my man failed the test that was sent by revelation of God. that was later declassified as "I Had a Dream." Martin Luther King had a dream too, man. I digress.
You terrible.
You crazy, man. Yeah, man. Honestly, for real, like I said, that like it was a big point in which I was saying, far as both of these guys, far as just the old school factor, man. Both of these guys, they should be one to solve that problem that happened last year from 420 and 2024, man. We got to see that problem solved between them because there's a lot of questions, like we said, that's out on them guys. And we got to see some dog between somebody. Ryan, one thing I applaud Ryan for was Ryan always drove me as a guy that wants to fight the bigger fights. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course, he fought Tank Davis, and then he took the fight with Devin Haney, of course, and dangerous fighting Oscar Duarte. You know what I'm saying? Even before Devin Haney, after the Tank fight. You know what I'm saying? So like Ryan has that pizzazz in him that he's willing to take the tougher fights in boxing. Now we're not seeing this so much for some of these other guys. No, Devin, he done took some tough fights, of course, fighting Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? But I know when all these guys when they start to get to comparing resumes and stuff, I feel like a lot of these guys' resumes are all similar in a sense. You know what I'm saying? That I felt like they all fought some mid competition, and then some of them fought some real good competition. And some of these, the matchmakers, people got to understand in boxing. A lot of the promoters, the matchmakers, they put these guys in situations in certain fights. You know what I'm saying, for certain particular reasons. You know what I'm saying. Of course, match them up with certain styles to get them ready for other styles and future fights, etc. And right now, I just feel like Dev and Ryan, the best fight for either one of them is fighting each other. Rolly Romero, yes, the rematch would be a little interesting to see how Ryan react in the rematch. But at the end of the day, I mean, like we said, Rolly may have Ryan number. They just sparred together. You know what I'm saying? They didn't been in the ring with each other, when they were younger. And similar to like Lamont. Lamont, he's very familiar with Tank Davis. Rolly Romero, he's very familiar with with Ryan Garcia. You know what I'm saying, from the past. Just like Ryan Garcia, he done been in the ring with Devin Haney and the amateurs and stuff. They're very familiar with each other. And maybe Ryan has Devin Haney's number as well. But no, this whole case, no, I'm hearing guys out here saying that daggone Devin shouldn't fight Ryan Garcia in the rematch just because of no, he lost to Rolly Romero. They're claiming Rolly Romero's work. You can't claim his work. That's not y'all work. Like y'all gotta prove that y'all better than Ryan. Y'all gotta be the ones to beat him. And no, the Devin Haney fans, I feel like they don't want what's best for Devin in reality, in my opinion.
I told you they went to get their big brother to beat up their after school bully. That's all.
Facts. Facts. Like I feel like they don't want what's best for Devin. You know what I'm saying? They think fighting Teofimo Lopez is what's best for him when they had the opportunity to fight Teofimo 4 months ago and they declined doing so because they didn't want to sell pay-per-view with Teofimo because they thought it was gonna flop. You know what I mean? Which is they wanted the guarantee bag. They went over there and they got the guarantee bag fighting Jose Ramirez. Which is
But
of course,
that's
Gay Rosado, he was saying they hoes for the bag. Go ahead, sis. Go
and
ahead.
he was 100% correct. And see, that's how you know that Bill and Devin know they not what they claim to be, because Gervonta Tank Davis could fight my dog and would sell out. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. Sometimes you
Facts.
do need that ultimate dance partner, but that's only if you are not a star yourself. You know what I'm saying? So I think deep
Facts.
down inside
Mm.
they know and that's another reason why I feel like they never went to the PBC, because over there, you get back end money for a little up front, and they don't want a little up front. They want a big guarantee because they know their pay per views aren't going to do all that great. And I feel like I said before, Bill is on a explanation campaign and a smoke and mirrors tour where he wants to try and confuse us that somehow Devin put on a master class boxing lesson against Jose Ramirez. Like, hold up. I was not watching that fight with Tevin Farmer eyes, baby. I was watching that fight with my own goddamn eyes, and I saw your son look scared to damn death. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Yo, but why Tevin
So,
Farmer though?
well, you know what I mean. But,
She was
but
side eye.
Wow.
She was side eye in the match, dog. Look
no,
at
but that's what I'm
it.
saying. I was watching it with my goddamn eyes. You can't try to convince me that something happened that did not happen. You know what I mean? Like, carry your ass with this Houdini crap.
Yeah.
No,
And
but oh my bad. Go ahead, P. Go ahead, babe.
oh yeah. So I just want to talk a little something because I have been messaging my guy over in Los Angeles in California, my dude Israel Sims, and then my other cat over in St. Louis, he a Shakur fan, and my dude Jamie in UK, they Shakur fans, right? So Jay Israel, he's like us. He a Tank fan or whatever. So we talking on Messenger. And he said, "Well, if they fight, man, I feel like Shakur gonna do a whole lot of running, man. He gonna be all around that ring. You know what I'm saying? When he in there with Tank." And I said, "This is true. That's what he's gonna do. But in the same aspect, this fight got to happen. So I'm looking at it like from the standpoint of Tank, just go ahead and make the fight happen with Shakur. Let Shakur fight his fight because you know how he gonna come. But at the end of the day, if you don't have this fight with Shakur, you leave a margin out here where people gonna say, "Oh, he was running from Shakur." Because Shakur already trying to push that narrative now on every interview. These guys don't want to fight me. These guys don't want to fight me. Every time you step up to the Breakfast Club or Cigar Talk or whoever, you know what I mean? He's running with that narrative. So my thing is to shut it down. Tank, go ahead and fight that man. Go ahead and give him what he wants.
Facts.
Hey, Bean, I cannot agree with you anymore, bro. I get. Well, see, I'm a boxing fan, bro. I root for Devin and I root for Shakur. I've never rooted against them in any of their fights. I just know what I see in the ring, bro. And I want that fight more than anything, bro, because there are people who believe, and you know, Shakur himself, there are people who speak on it, but they're not really for sure. None of us really can be for sure. The ring is the only thing that's gonna make it for sure. But they believe that Tank struggles with boxers. He's not really that good of a boxer. He just so happens to get fortunate and lands a punch that changes the course of the fight. Further from the truth.
30 times? 30
Yeah, no,
times though?
no doubt. But that's what hater do. Hater have you thinking that white is green. You know what I'm saying? And for some odd reason, green is white.
Hmm.
I can't explain it, but that's what they do. That's why you got people like the hacker, people like Big Dog Willie, and all the rest of them that's doing what they doing against Tank. Man, I had somebody in one panel was clowning a freaking fellow boxer from Upton Gym, somebody that was a little bit older than Tank but knew Tank. Just going ham on him and his family, dog. It's just sickening what these people do because of another
Hmm.
dude that don't know them, that they don't know, and they ain't taking care of them. But to shut it up, my man, my man Floyd Schofield Sr. was doing a whole lot of yip yapping on Shakur. Give us Shakur. We know all the styles. We'll whoop his ass. We've been doing that since sparring and all that other
Why you had
bullshit.
to change your voice though? Why you had to change your voice
Because
though?
I couldn't use my side eye, you know what I'm saying? I had to go with a different
I'm about
tone.
to say you talking about me and my side eye, but you had to change your voice.
You know, so I had to use the tone. But man, I have nothing against Floyd Schofield Jr., but the pops, Bill is entertaining, so I don't really get so distraught with him. But some of these pops, they do too damn much, man. When the ring does everything for their son. You know what I'm saying? You put them in a ring and
Facts.
they go in that ring and they handle business. What can we say? Shakur go in there and whoop ass. We can't say nothing. If he win, I can't say nothing. I don't think that he's lost the fight. I think even the fight that people go to say he was sitting there dancing. I don't see it that way. I don't see him like making the fight or bringing the fight to him. But the dude said, "I'm coming to." He did an interview, not an interview, but a commercial where he was in New Jersey talking about, "I'm in your tail. I'm coming to whoop your tail." Bean, he got in that ring and all he did was point to the middle of the floor. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna win a fight pointing down to the middle of the ring in his territory? So if Tank get in that ring with Shakur, of course Shakur not gonna stand in front of him because that would be detrimental. He gonna move. So
Right.
move him to a punch. It's up to Tank to show him that that style is no good against me. I will
Mm-hmm.
break that style down. That's why Bruce Lee said, I can't no longer practice this right here because it has limitations. And on top of that, it has an order of things. If somebody knows it, then they'll know what to predict of me. I want to be something that you can't predict. It just happens. So if you do
Mm-hmm.
something, it just happens. That to me is more than anything Tank style. Tank don't have a particular style other than he's a boxer puncher. He can adapt to whatever it is he needs to do in the ring. Now, last time he fully was distracted. You could tell by the way when he said the fight was off. I keep telling people that before they even started promoting the fight, he said the fight was off. What fight was that? Wasn't even guaranteed what fight it was, but it was off. Everybody speculated maybe it's the Loma fight. He didn't know, but something was going on. Then he showed up. He didn't look like he really wanted to even be there. He never started texting on Twitter like he do to promote stuff and all that stuff. He wasn't engaged. And even in that, me and my man Ant McQueen did a breakdown on that, man. We saw how fantastic he still performed, even while not being in there, and so much high class boxing. People saying he got hit. We slowed that ish down. He didn't get touched. You know what I'm saying? So if he get in that ring with Tank, Tank get in that ring, and I agree, he does need to make that fight. He need to shut them up, just like my man did for Floyd Schofield. Floyd Schofield lied to get up out of that damn fight. They had that man looking like he was in some kind of hotel, draped up as a masquerading as a hospital ward, so he couldn't go to battle and whatever the case may be. Now I'm joking on that one, but I think Tank need to shut people up by getting them in the ring and whooping these people up. And it was him being who said, when I fight him, I'm gonna fight him totally different.
Facts, facts. And we seen in Tank's career that he's made adjustments in a lot of his fights, with a lot of different styles as well. And I was on record saying a few days ago where I was like, I be wanting Tank to just expose these guys. You know what I mean? Behind the scenes with the business. I wish he was a little bit more assertive as far as that. Like, if you send that offer to this guy or that guy, you know what I'm saying, and then they decline, put that shit out there. We want to see it. You know what I'm saying? Like air them out. Like because you leave a lot of question with a lot of the fans. They always be like, no, a lot of them they be like, oh, Tank, he ducking this guy, he ducking that guy, he ain't do this, he ain't do that and stuff. Like if Tank just put air all of the business out 100%, then you don't leave no doubt in that shit at all. Where these people they get to see that shit in person, they be like, okay, these guys really ain't trying to fight Tank. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing I do give a little critique where I wish he was a little bit more assertive in airing some of these guys out, with the business a little bit because we've seen in the past, some of these guys they in the past, if you go, you do your homework and you do the research for us, certain particular stories with certain fights, for us, Tank and other guys. Some of these guys, ain't been so much willing to fight Tank. You know what I mean? They've been wanting to do other stuff before they end up, fighting Tank, which is cool. But eventually, we want to see Shakur fight Tank Davis. I've been a guy the last couple of years saying that that's the fight I want to see Tank fight the most is fighting Shakur Stevenson because we have the whole conversation of who's better between these two. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to have that conversation 2, 3, 4 more years down the line. I want to see these guys get in the ring within this year. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely. And I feel like if Shakur he handles business against the Peta, Tank he handled business against Roach in his rematch. I feel like Tank should go straight at Shakur. And if Shakur ain't trying to fight, then go at Keyshawn. And if Keyshawn ain't trying to fight, go at the next top guy in the 135 division. You know You know what I mean? Go
Right.
at all of these top guys and knock them off. Like knock them off and go on a crazy run and end out your career the right way, which is a lot of people and a lot of fans of his, believe he should do. You know what I mean? And I just want to see that Shakur and Tank fight because that conversation, we talking about this fight every day, like Earl Spence and Bud Crawford. We need to see this fight with Tank and Shakur. Like they got to get in the ring.
And I think that's what Shakur wants. You know what I'm saying? He wants people to be
Facts.
talking about it, trying to apply pressure to Gervonta Tank Davis because he wants to do a similar thing that Bud did. The only problem with that is, and I hate to admit it because I can't stand him, Bud is a dog. Bud had, good performances against marquee names. You know what I mean? Shakur does not have that. There's not one name on Shakur's resume outside of what Valdez maybe and De Los Santos, where it's like, all right, we can really show that, this might be a real 50-50 fight. Like, to me, I don't see that. I don't see that at all. I don't see him fighting anyone that even prepared him for such a fight. You know what I'm saying? So I
Facts.
just don't see it. And I think that a lot of people, to your point, are just saying, oh, Shakur, he's just this big puncher. He can't box. So I think that's where everybody's getting that information from, or that confidence. But I mean, he's proven that he can box. Look at when he broke his hand against Pitbull. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, the boy has proven he could box. He'd just rather knock you out. You know what I'm saying? Because he knows that's what keeps packing them stadiums. That's what keep packing, you know what I'm saying, the stands. So I just don't understand why people really think this is a 50-50 fight. And again, I could be a little biased because Gervonta is my favorite fighter. I'm just looking at it from a realistic point, standpoint. Like, what has Shakur done that shows you this could be a 50-50 fight? What has he done? Who has he fought that would make you be like, oh, him and Tank, that's going to be a good one. That's going to be a bang out. Like, name me somebody, please.
Facts, facts. 'Cause I'm sitting there, but like Shakur definitely like top rank. We all know top rank. Their matchmaking is top tier. You know what I mean? And I felt like they've put Shakur in some good fights. You know what I'm saying? Coming up, but a lot of the guys that Shakur's fought, he hasn't fought any elite guys, and everybody there. Shakur, the thing what pisses me off about Shakur, what he does in some of these interviews, he'll go in there and shit on Tank's resume and shit, and then he gets mad when other people talks about his resume and everything. I'm like, bro, like you shitting on Tank's resume, and a lot of people feel Tank's resume is stronger than yours. That's just the fact of it, man. You can't get mad. Like a lot of these fighters, they be emotional, going back and forth with the fans and stuff like that, engaging with social media too much to where like y'all just need to focus at the task at hand, focus on the next fight. Like y'all be worried about the wrong shit. You know what I'm saying? And y'all because y'all end up giving the content creators, y'all giving us content to talk about y'all when y'all get up there in these tweets and stuff with the fans and on other socials and stuff, and you be out there clapping back at people and shit, getting emotional and shit. So like it be showing a lot of different shit for us that y'all mean. D free salute my dog. Yeah, so
I
yeah, man.
find
I
it
just say
hilarious
go ahead, sis.
because shit, shitting on his resume while at the same time begging to be on his resume.
Facts,
I would,
facts, and
I would like to be on his resume. Shoot, I ain't even say right now. I would love to be on his resume. Yeah, I'll take back head bread in a minute.
facts for real, for real. I'm just saying with Tank, like everybody, they shit on Tank's resume, but these guys are always saying these guys they want to fight the same guys that he's fought and beat already. Like, so what's the point of shitting on his resume saying that he ain't fought nobody, but then you got Keyshawn and Shakur, they both want to fight Pitbull. They want to fight Ryan. They want to fight all the guys that he's fought and beat. You know what I'm saying? Even including Devin. He was trying to fight Mario Barrios. You know what I'm saying?
Love to
He
see
done
that.
fought. He done fought Gamboa. You know what I'm saying? He fought Ryan Garcia. You know what I'm saying? Like, these people got to read the room in this shit, man.
Bing, what you think, bro? You've been quiet. I really like to get your opinion on that one right there, man, because I want to ask everybody, especially about the resumes.
Oh,
What do you think about like all the contemporaries for Tank and Shakur, Devin, Tio, Loma, as it pertains to their resumes? How do you look at their resumes?
I mean, I'm kind of like what Cam J was saying earlier, man. It's kind of like none of them is. They all kind of like similar to an extent. Yeah, Haney can claim that he went over to Australia twice and scraped Cambosis or whatever, and then Cambosis had a good moment when he beat Tio. But Tio, even though he's a pretty good boxer, he's not consistent. He'll look good sometimes, and other times you're like, man, where's that Tio that we saw last fight? Um, so as far as Tank, man, he has a pretty good resume. I don't know why people are so hard up on Tank to make it like he ain't fought nobody, but I mean Frank Martin, that's a solid dude. You know what I'm saying? Really good shape, strong dude or whatever. And Frank Martin give a lot of them guys issues. Like
Facts.
Shakur wouldn't just
I
have his way with
agree.
Frank Martin, you know, or Isaac Cruz, Pitbull Cruz.
Absolutely.
What
D
about
Free,
you,
man.
Ty?
Salute my dog. What's
Oh,
good
D
with you,
Free.
Rolly
man?
will
How,
give.
Man.
I think
What's
Rolly.
good? What's good?
I think Rolly will give. I think Rolly will give Shakur problems, and I think he'll also give Devin problems.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Frank Martin he tough, man. I know he at 140 now. He about to campaign at 140 now. And 140, they better look out for Frank Martin if he start getting back active, man. He talking about getting back active. So I can't wait to see Frank Martin on his return coming up soon for sure
Facts.
too.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
shout out my guy D Free, man. Looking like he about to whoop somebody ass right now on alert and everything like that. Hey, man.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, D Free, my dog, man. How you feeling, man? How you feeling, man? What you
I'm
got for
good.
this
I'm
boxing
good.
talk over here?
Boy had the XL. You see that XL? Yeah, right there. He about to whoop some ass, dog. Go ahead, tell us what's going on, D.
All right, so y'all talking about the guys' resumes?
Oh,
Yeah.
amongst a lot of stuff, bro. Like, hey, fill him in, Cam J.
Like talk about Devin Haney and Ryan, both of them kind of shying away from each other on the rematch and talk about Tank and Shakur, but one of the biggest fights in boxing currently, and just various things and talking about resumes, comparing for us, Tank and his contemporaries and stuff.
Um, yeah. Now, far as resumes goes, um, for the most part, I say Tank Davis, um, Devin Haney, and Tio, their resume are about even. I mean, yeah,
Right.
you can give Devin and Tio a little more credit for fighting Loma. You can give Tio a little more credit for fighting Josh Taylor. Um, but I mean, for the most part, the only really top level opponent that these guys have faced, for Devin and Tio, it will be Loma. Josh Taylor was not the same Josh Taylor that fought Jose Ramirez when he fought Tio. Um,
Facts.
Regis Prograis, I mean, he wasn't. I mean, Devin pretty much walked through Regis Prograis, and I mean, I was never really big on Regis Prograis. I thought he was a solid opponent, but I never thought he
Me
was
either.
a elite
Right.
fighter. I never thought he was an elite fighter. I thought he was a solid opponent. Um, but like I said, you can give Devin and Tio a little more credit for having Loma on the resume, but outside of that, I mean, none of these guys fought competition that was on the same level as them. Everybody they was in the ring with, except for maybe one or two guys, you would say they were favored in every single fight. I mean, even Tank Davis, he was favored in every single fight except for one fight. The only fight that he wasn't favored in was the Jose Pedraza when he first fought him. But other than
Facts.
that, he was favored in every fight. Devin was favored in every fight except for I think maybe the Loma fight. He might have been the underdog, but he might have been a favorite in that one as well. So none of these guys have really faced any elite fighters throughout their career. You might give them one or two fighters that they fought that you say, yeah, that was a good fight, but it wasn't the same level as them. Like I said, Tank Davis fought Frank Martin. A lot of people was on the Frank Martin bandwagon until Tank Davis beat
Mm-hmm.
him. When Tank Davis beat him, everybody started saying, "Oh, Frank Martin was a prospect." But I remember when Frank Martin was about to fight Shakur Stevenson, and everybody was like, "Oh, that's a good fight. I can't wait to see that fight." But then soon Tank fought him and beat him. He knocked him out. Now they say, "Oh, Frank Martin was just a prospect." So it all depends on who you talk to, if these guys are going to be realistic or not. Like I said before, many times before, none of these guys are my favorite fighters. My favorite fighter retired a long time ago. So I look at all these guys on the same level. Some guys have better competition than other. Some have mediocre competition. But none of these guys are facing each other. I mean, the only one, if you want to be technical, Ryan Garcia got a better resume than all of them.
Facts.
Right.
He
That's a
got a better
fact.
resume than all of them.
Facts.
Yep, he the
So
only one that's pushing forward to try to fight the five court, the five guys.
like
Man,
a
he
lot of people say, "Oh, well, he lost the Tank and he cheated Devin." It's not about wins or losses. It's about who you face. That's what the resume is. The resume is who you face, not whether you won or lost. Your legacy is about who you beat. But your resume is your resume. I got in a ring with this guy. That's the one. That's the reason why they say Manny Pacquiao, Canelo Alvarez, Floyd Mayweather. These guys have the best resume in the sport of boxing. Manny Pacquiao didn't beat everybody, but he got in there with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Canelo Alvarez didn't beat everybody, but he got in there with everybody. So it's just it's about who you face. And like I said, Ryan Garcia, he was in there with Tank Davis. He was in there with Devin. He's the only one that's been in there with at least two of the contemporaries. Devin been in there with Ryan. Tank been in there with Ryan. That's it. So Tio hasn't been in there with none of them because
mm,
Loma wasn't his contemporary. Loma is the league before him. Loma is on that same level as a Gary Russell and all of them, the guys that came in before them, or it was supposed to be before them.
Man, he made some good points.
I just look at all these guys a little bit different. But I don't know
Yeah.
about the Devin and the Ryan. I mean, it looked like Oscar don't want the fight. I don't know why. Devin put Ryan as number 10 on his hit list. I mean, that's the fight that needs to be made. That's the fight.
Facts.
I mean, Ryan needs to go in there and say, "No, I can beat these guys. It had nothing to do with the drugs." And Devin needs to go in there and say, "It was the drugs, the only reason why he beat me." So they both have something to prove in my book.
Facts, bro. And that's the thing. It just it seemed like the Haney fans they don't want the fight now, and then you got Oscar saying he ain't interested in the fight because if Devin gonna run. Like both parties should be pushing to fight each other right now, man. Like they need each other more than anything right now. Because I would hate to see these guys fight other guys, then one of these guys lose in the next fight. Up until they try to fight each other in the rematch again.
I put it like this:
Yeah,
if
and I
if Devin if Devin get in there with boots, Devin is most definitely gonna lose,
Facts,
most
facts.
without a doubt. What you were saying, Ty?
no, I was gonna say, and Oscar's full of shit anyway because in the same breath he was saying
the
about the
universe,
rematch with
universe
Rolly. He was like, as a fighter, all right, wouldn't you want to get your ass back in there with Devin too? Can
hey,
y'all hear me?
we can hear you now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
you
and
went
run
in
back
and
what you
out.
said, sis.
No, I said Oscar's full of shit because in the same breath he said as a fighter he would want to get back in there with Rolly. So as a fighter, wouldn't you want to get back in there with Devin too?
Should
Right.
should
I think with regards to that, man, I think it's the dynamicism of the match. The matchup kind of lost a little bit of luster. They probably want to build it back up before they go back in there. Honestly, it, I think from their standpoint, they don't believe that Devin is a threat to them at all. They don't feel like, yo, Devin.
Mm,
So for it to be your boy Devin got to be Devin again. Like that wasn't. I never seen Dev fight like that in a fight before.
Yeah,
And
nah, me neither.
Facts, facts,
And yo,
facts.
check this out
I was
too.
the second. Go ahead, Bean.
Agreed.
Like D3 was saying, Ryan Garcia got a solid record and resume or whatever. But then we can't overlook the fact that Rolly got you can tell Rolly's on his way. Look at
Facts.
the landscape and the roadmap. Pitbull Cruz, Tank, and Garcia. So ain't no telling who Rolly trying to fight next. So you could tell he's about legacy. Love him or hate
Facts.
him, you could tell he's trying to fight everybody.
You listen to Rolly. That man said he want to fight David Benavidez next. I was, that man
I
Rolly.
thought I was like, I heard him say it. I'm like, man, he gotta be trolling saying this, man. Like,
He was like,
he
"Nah, I'm
gotta be
serious. Ain't
trolling.
nobody calling him out." He was like, "Nah, I'm serious. Ain't nobody calling him out. I'm calling him out. I want to fight David Benavidez next." They were like, "You talking about Jose?" He was like, "Nah, David." I was like, "Oh,
get his
okay,
ass
Rolly.
up.
Okay, Rolly."
Hey, that sounds like Rolly.
Rolly is good for the sport, man. I think Rolly is a good guy for the sport. Like we need more Rollies out here because Rolly definitely his resume. He done fought Tank, he done fought Pitbull, he done fought some good guys. You know what I mean? So and Rolly is a guy that's always trying to challenge himself for sure. You know what I mean? So what's next for Rolly? I'm not sure. I mean, I know he has that interim title for the WBA, and he could try to mandate and get a fight with Boots immediately, but it seemed like Rolly is kind of leaning towards trying to see what happens with Mario Barrios and Pacquiao a little bit. Mario Barrios being the PBC fighter, it'd be an easy fight to make at 147 if Barrios does get past Pacquiao. So kind of interested in that aspect for as Rolly, like kind of sitting back, waiting a little bit, seeing, how the landscape at 147 settle a little bit. It looks like he's not really interested in rematching Ryan for real 100%. But, if the money is there, he probably would do it, maybe for sure. You know what I mean? But looking at PBC, they probably wouldn't want to put Rolly over there, fighting over there with them guys again. They'll want him to, fight on the platform on PBC, his next fight, most likely.
Nah,
I mean,
especially since the way they did him, they didn't even want to give him his money.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah, but just to correct you real quick, Rolly ain't no interim champion. He's the regular champion.
Oh,
He
the
has a
regular, yeah,
solid,
that's right, that's right.
yeah, yeah, he has a solid belt. So he's a two division champion now.
Crazy.
Right, he in the same boat as Dev is, huh? Two division champion.
Yeah, same boat as Dev, same boat as
And
Tio.
Bill talking about all he could do was park his car.
I mean, just look at it. He's in the same argument with Devin and Tio. He's a two division champion. Yes, Devin was an undisputed champion, but he's a two division champion. Ryan has never been a champion. We was talking about Ryan in the same breath with Tank and Tio and Devin. Now you got to say, hold up, Ryan, you got to take a step back. Rolly's in that talk, not you. Rolly's in that talk with those guys because all those guys been champion. You have never been champion.
Hey Cam, can I can I ask I think Bodywork made a fantastic point right here. I think that's something that the panel should try to chime in on. He said, "Man, that was Devin's clout list. Man, what we feel about that list though, for real? Let's delve
Man,
into that."
the list is I like the list is bullshit to me. The reason why I think it's bullshit because you got Ryan Garcia at the bottom of the list, and then you got Teofimo Lopez at the top of the list. Which this is what I was saying to Hacker last night. Hacker, you saying that Oscar De La Hoya, he's saying that they ain't interested in the fight. That's your talking point. But at the same breath, last week we got Bill Haney and them pushing to fight Teofimo Lopez. They're not even pushing to fight Ryan Garcia. They saying Rolly Romero, he beat Ryan Garcia, so we don't need to fight him. That's their talking point. And he got Boots, what, four on the list? No, he got no Tank four on the list. No, Tank was three. Shakur was two. I think Boots was four. And when you ask the Haney fans about Boots, some of these fans they believe he can beat Boots, which is crazy to me because I feel like Boots would murder Devin
Yeah,
Haney. It would be murder. It would be pain. It would be pain out there. And with Boots, you got some of the Haney fans, they don't want Devin Haney to take a Boots fight. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't pushing for it. And if Devin Haney's the best, and he's this and that, and he's the face of boxing, and he's fighting all the guys at the best, well, Boots is the best at 147 currently. Why won't the Haneys push for him to fight Boots Ennis if he's so-called wanting to fight the best?
Yeah, I mean, my whole thing is the only problem I have with that list that Devin put out is the fact that he has Ryan as number 10 instead of number 1, and the fact that he has Tank Davis on that list. Outside of that, I
Facts.
have no problem with that list. That list is it's a hellified list if that's who he really wants to fight. If that's who he really wants to fight, I have no problem with it. But to have Devin on there, to have Tank on there, Tank is not moving to 47, and you not moving back down. There's no way you can't even make 40, let alone try to make 35. So I don't understand why you still have Tank on that list, and to have Ryan number 10 instead of number 1. That's the only problem that I have with that list. Outside of that list, I like the list if that's really what he wants to do. Because if he does get all of those fights, I don't think he beats everybody. I think probably 3 out of the 10 he actually will beat. In my opinion, I think he'll beat 3 out of the 10, maybe 4. But if he fights all of those guys, I gotta say he's a Hall of Famer, whether he wins or not. He fought all of those guys. I gotta say he's a Hall of Famer. He was an undisputed champion. He's a 2-division champion, and he fought all those guys as well. I gotta say he's a Hall of Famer if he does go through with that list.
Bing,
Facts.
what you got on it, Bing?
Man, I love to. I just like to be in round table sometimes. I'll be soaking up game. You know what I'm saying? I learn from other people too, man. I love this, man. I just be
I
sitting here
mean,
like, man, these guys, they getting deep in some stuff. You feel me?
for
So
sure,
I'm
for
just sitting
sure.
back here like, man,
What about
yeah.
you, Ty? Ty got. Well, see, this is the thing for me, man. That list to me is, I think it's retrospective and introspective, man. I think that depending on how we fare, a couple of those names might be possible. Uh,
You cut out
a
T
lot of
Ham.
those names, e- I mean, hell, it's fluff, bro. Like,
Oh, did
like,
I
like,
did
like,
I
it's
cut out?
smoke and mirrors. It's to make it look like we really like that, and we bout that smoke. It don't matter who it be. Boots is that, because when you juice, any of you guys got a juicer, and you juice,
Yeah.
and the juice that goes into the cup, but then it's that stuff that go in the back that you put the little liner in. That's what's gonna happen if he get in the ring with Boots. He gonna be that stuff they line up in that bag, man. They gonna get beat to a dang poke, man. That's not a look that he wants. But to just entertain that, be like, yo, that dude really like that if he thinking about going after Boots. So I don't think that that's a future shot. I think Ryan is at the bottom because hell, and the same thing for Garcia. To me, it's about how things can look and how feasible they are, along with how um, profiting they can be, so to speak. How much we can really sell this to the people and people buy into it. So like Ryan was a star. Remember, Ryan was part of the $1.3 million view pay-per-view.
Yeah.
And many people would say that, hey, yo, the only reason why Tank ever sold that was because of Ryan. Then Ryan had a couple of fights after that. Numbers ain't equate together. They haven't equated or eclipsed what he did with Tank. So Tank had to be somewhat of a major prominence in that. Then there is, well, we can make a bigger fight. And we can make a fight that will eclipse that money or do the same thing. And they went out there and they lied about that. Remember, they said that, yo,
Yeah.
I got 50, he got 30. You know what I'm saying? Or
Big
something
time
like that.
lie.
Yeah, for real, for real. But you see what I'm saying? Like, it's about how it may look. And then can we follow after that? Can we generate somewhere close to that? And neither of them have done it either. So I think that Ryan is at the bottom of the list because Ryan also got to build his thing back up. So that he can once again be fanfare. Like people was tuning in. Ryan did a lot of that stuff a disservice to himself with the way that he conducted himself in both these last two fights that he was in. But what you see in a ring with Ryan is pretty solid though. So there's redemptive qualities about him. Dev, he's got to get back because the look was just so stark from what he normally is. And he's never been an attraction. As good as he's
Right.
been in the ring, he's never been an attraction. So Tank is on that list prospectively, introspectively, like meaning if we can do good, we can build it, the crave for it, the desire for it, and people will want to see it. They'll clamor to see it, and they will pay to see it. See, me, I'm of the opinion that, hey, yo, you said he was trash, and I'm gonna talk about that after somebody else get a take because I don't want to hog up the airplay. But I'll say this: he looks good, and he gets some things in line. Tank said he one of them dudes I gotta fight. He
Right.
said that. He said
He
that.
did. He
He
definitely
said
did.
that.
He did that in the build up with Roach.
Exactly. He definitely said that. And prior to Roach, before Roach, the fight before that, before the Frank Martin, yo, who was some people? I'm gonna name some names, and then he named them in another interview after that. But dude said, Tio, he was like, nah, not really, but yeah, I could find Loma. Oh, most definitely. Devin. Oh yeah. And the other guy, he wouldn't even say, I won't even name him. So he's like, I'll name him Shakur. Oh, most definitely. But Devin and Shakur, I will fight them differently than I'll fight anybody else because I got to fight them differently. So he already knows I got to approach them differently than I got to approach the rest of these guys. These other guys are different fights. But you said you got to fight him. So I don't give a fudge if he's at 147, 154, whatever. I remember Mayweather fighting people much bigger than him. Did he go up all the way to them? Nah. I got to a weight where I'm comfortable at, and my skills is going to outshine no matter what they bring to the ring. And that's what I want of Tank. I want Tank to honor them words. I want him to fight him. I don't give a fudge what weight he come in. The nigga can be 195 in the ring. I still think Tank gonna spark his ass rounds 5 through 7. I really feel that in my soul. Devin does fundamental things that he does not want to admit that he does, that if he don't correct, oh, it's a left hook waiting for him, and it's a straight right all day night. And guess who showed that to me? Little ass Jojo Diaz. I saw that fight and I said, no way in hell he can get that performance against Tank. If he doing them same things, and then I started watching his fights, and I watched him dip down, lower his advantage, probe with his jab, where it's not really doing anything but just occupying space. When he does jab, he drops that guard down a little bit, almost like he's cocking back, and then he dips to the right every single time. You can't do this against Tank. Tank picks that stuff up left and right. And on top of that, if you dip into the left, to the right, that's my left. And
Right.
Tank is
Lights out.
equally, yeah. Thank you, my man Bean Dog. I like Bean Dogs. So subscribe to Bean, bro, because that man knows what the fudge he talking about. Lights out, and that's why I say 5 through 7. Them lights checking out. Somebody gonna forget to pay the bill, and he's going out. But that list is there to, like you said, like my man Bodywork said, do a number with people who will support and ride for him. Because remember, Bean, you said this too. There was people who said that was a masterclass that he put on against Ramirez, who said my man Shakur was a track star against De Los Santos. It was eerily similar. Eerily similar. What was the difference? The difference was one person. So we're gonna cap, or that's what they say now, cap for one person over another. Nah, dog. I don't do that. Me, Devin's a talented fighter, but right now he doesn't know what he is. And when you don't know what you are, and you're in a ring where somebody's trying to knock your block off, that's a scary place to be. Was he scared? Hell no, but he was nervous as hell when them punches came. Look at them eyes. Look at them eyes. Them eyes got real big. He ain't never fought like that ever. And he's not settled right now. So that's why I don't want him in the ring with no heavy hitter unless it's the rematch. Because the rematch is like, oh yeah, this is mano a mano. This is go back to our days. Like, oh dog, you got that one. We got to run that back. We got to run that back, dog. I don't care how
We
that look. We
need
running that
that.
back.
We need that, T Hill. We need that. We
But if
need
it ain't
that.
that, but Cam,
We
if it
need
ain't
them
that,
vibes back, man. We need that warrior, that gladiator mentality back, man. We need
facts,
that.
facts. We need
I'm a,
that. So,
I'm gonna be honest. That what the Devin that we saw against Jose Ramirez, if that's the Devin that we get versus Tio, he's gonna lose that one.
Right.
exactly.
That's
That
why I said
Devin
he
can't
even
beat.
shooting for the T.O. fight. I'm like, that ain't no easy fight. T.O. He
What is
talented,
it?
man. He can beat you too.
Dog,
Mm-hmm.
Tio. Okay, so the contrast between them, man, and it's as simple as the contrast between their fathers and their roles that they play in their life. Tio has been enabled. Devin has been coddled. There's a difference between enabling and coddled. Coddle
Facts.
gives you the point to where you finally get that test, you unsure of yourself. Enable means, oh well, I'm gonna make excuses or I'll start self questioning myself, and then I'll just play it along like, hey yo, it's really not like that, but it's like this. You can see it in their actions, but you can see it in the ring. The difference there is that in the ring, Devin is disciplined. Tio is talent. Tio is
Mm,
super uber talented. The
right.
nigga just a head case. Devin is
Absolutely.
skilled, but he's disciplined. His mind is focusing. When that mind doesn't have focus, boy, you're no Roy Jones Jr. You can't get away with just being that much better than a person. You gonna have to have your mind right. And therefore, that list only makes sense for certain people. So that list is there for a reason. And there are some names that are just there as buffer. There are some names that's, oh, if we do things right, we can land these because they can be profitable. And then there's the ones that actually is on that list. Now, I believe that they could beat T.O., but they can't beat T.O. fighting like that. Anybody go in the ring with T.O. fighting like that, they in trouble. Devin included. So yeah, I believe the list is there to induce clout, to bit buzz around the people that's gonna ride for him, because you know how they ride for him. All of us know how they ride for him. The man said somebody said he was a water walker. You know what I'm saying? So that just lets you know.
And
Somebody.
absolutely, and even to add to that, even with that style of fighting, like the judges, you seeing it in some of these fights, they're not complimenting these guys with that style of fighting. If you're gonna sit there and be all the defense and no offense right now, so that's another thing that some of these fighters that are trying to be the sweet science boxing guys or the boxing track stars, as I like to call them. You know what I mean? They gotta be conscious of that right now in these, these fights futuristic right now, because right now these refs, these refs, these judges, they out there making a statement with in certain fights where they saying, you gonna run all night, we ain't giving you this decision.
Oh, against certain people, they can get the decision. It can work
Facts.
against a lot of people, but against certain people, they can't. And that's why they know. That's why your boy Oscar was saying that stuff. Eddie Hearns was saying that stuff, because if we're in a fight with you, we're not gonna have you just run around the ring, as they say, and my fighter not be able to cut the ring. See, to me, you can get in there and run all damn day. I'm gonna run your ass into a punch. The same thing with the Kukadajin fight the first time for Boots. If he wouldn't have trailed his ass, if he would have just angled the ring, he could have ran his ass into punches
Right.
all night long. Am I gonna fault Karen for that? Hell no. Karen fought beautifully. He
Facts.
was punching, and on top of that, he just wasn't punching enough. Boots won that round every single round. But it showed that, okay, well, maybe Boots ain't what we thought he was. So now Boots got to prove that. So Tank got to prove that. So anybody to get in the ring with Shakur that they say he running, they got to prove that. Anybody get in the ring with
Facts.
Devin, if he's gonna fight like that, they got to prove that.
You got to prove it. Yeah. And
You got
yo,
to
T
prove it.
Hill makes some good points. Cause I'm gonna piggyback off you, T Hill.
For sure.
So just like that old cliche, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, what about if it is broke? Then you got to fix it, right? So Devin Haney making all those mental mistakes, like you saying, dropping that guard, the things he's doing, they need to do some drills to reprogram all that. He's got to tighten up those loose ends, man, or else he's going to keep getting the same result. You can't keep doing the same things over and expect a certain result. You got to make tweaks. You got to make adjustments. Devin has to make those adjustments on the defensive end as well.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Thomas, I heard you say that they said Devin Haney could walk on water. I remember when they used to call Devin Haney Black Jesus. They used to call him Black
Man,
Jesus.
man.
Somebody
BVO
got to
called him
let.
Black Jesus yesterday. He
Hey, man,
called him
Hey,
Black
he
Jesus
hey,
on
I'm
my
gonna tell you
stream
this.
yesterday. I'm like, bro, you can't be serious.
Somebody needed to go tell Devin Haney Easter pass. They need to resurrect his ass because he ain't the same Devin Haney no more.
that's wrong. Oh, damn, Gina. I wasn't expecting that one, dog. I wasn't expecting that one, dog. Yeah.
Hey, I'm just saying, somebody
Shout
gotta
out
let him
Devin
know
Haney.
Easter already passed. He ain't rise. Jesus
Shout
rose
out
on the
Devin.
third day.
They calling
So
that man the Black
Hey,
Jesus out here. They said BVO yesterday was in the comments. He said Devin Black Jesus. I'm like, bro, you cannot be serious, bro. You
yeah, they
cannot
used
be
to.
serious.
Yeah, Devin. I mean, BVO got that from the people that was calling him that after he had fought. It was. I think it was right after he fought. Uh, was it Linares? I think it was either Linares or Jojo Diaz. They was calling him Black Jesus. I was like, what? Oh no, it was Cambosis. That's who it was. After he fought Cambosis and became undisputed, they started calling him Black Jesus. I was like, y'all just going a little bit too far.
That's too
Y'all just going a
much.
little bit
That's
too
too
far.
much, bro. That's too much.
that way too much, bro. Like, I'm gonna be real. I don't like even playing with that. The water walker I could do with, man, because that's just kind of like
I was trying to
I
figure out why they was even calling him Black Jesus. The man is Muslim. Like, why are y'all even calling him Black Jesus? He's
Right.
Muslim.
Lord, hey, my man calling Lord Haney. Hey, I need Church back in his life too, dog. Church was the man. Church had me dying, dog. I ain't gonna lie. Bill, he just lucky Bill's still there, boy. Bill's still being Bill. But I'm gonna say this, man. Damn, that the Easter just blew my whole goddamn thinking, bro. I
But that was cold.
forgot what I
That
was
was
gonna
cold. That was fire. I said,
say.
damn,
Damn,
because
Gina,
BBO, real shit, BBO really, he blew my mind. He was like, Devin Black Jesus. And I was sitting, and I'm up here while the live stream going. I'm like in my head thinking like, this man really just called this dude Devin Black Jesus for real, bro. Like he can't be serious. That's the first time I seen somebody say that. That's the craziest part. That's why I'm like, that's what the Haney fans really on that type of timing with him?
Yeah, they was on it. They was on it hard. They was calling them Lord Haney and all that. They was on it
yeah,
for. They was
they
on it
be
real heavy.
wilding, bro. Like, and the cold thing is, man, like all of them, as you said, as you two both said before I popped on, each fan base has its fanatics, its fanaticism, and all that crazy stuff that go along with being a fan of somebody too damn much. But damn, dog, it's like certain ones be getting applied for stuff that they ain't even close to the others with. Man, to me, the worst fans are the Crawford fans and the Haney fans, where they be just super saturating everything.
Yeah, that
And,
Facts.
and it be like stuff that just don't even be made. It be nonsensical at sometimes, bro. And like you said, you should be able to see the tea leaves fall, bro. Like in real life,
For
there are
real.
certain things that are at play that you wouldn't know, dog. It can't be like case in point, because D Free just blew the hell out of what I was thinking. I don't even remember what I was thinking after that one, but 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 I'll go to this confidence and a look of confidence. Before the Ryan fight, Devin exuded confidence. His speech magnified confidence. Its tone, intonation, pronunciation, all that stuff was good. And then after that, you started hearing him stutter, right? Never heard him stutter before ever in interviews. Never stuttered. He was very well spoken. There's a reflection of that in body language as well too. And I'll say this, and I see it's at play right now, and I'm gonna show you the early beginnings of it. You remember he used to talk about how, he would do people dirty in sparring, and how he would get them in the ring and it would be no different, right?
Right,
He
right.
would say that all the time. He even had an interview like, man, I heard you've been kicking people tail. He said, man, if we gonna do anything, this was when he was young. We gonna start anything about any sparring, I gotta first start with that bum ninja Tank Davis out of his mouth. Dude didn't even speak Tank, he brought it up, right?
Facts.
So there's an interview right after the doghouse sparring where I think it's Ellie Sackback or somebody from Fight High, one of the two, is talking to Floyd. Floyd is on his right, Dev is on the left. And they're having an interview right after the sparring. And after the sparring, you hearing Mass the question about the sparring and how things was on, and you could look at the language of Devin face. It wasn't a language of I just whooped the dog snot of somebody's tail. It had the look of like, damn, dog, I got humbled up in there.
For real.
It had I try when I find it, I'm gonna show that because it was directly after the sparring session. It was an interview about it. And my man Mayweather looking at him, he's talking, he was like, yeah, and we got a future. What's the name right here? But he was trying to build him up because you could see it on his face, like it was resonating that it wasn't the performance that he thought he would have.
Facts.
And then like I saw that video and I saw people who was there say, yo, I want money off of that, but if I had to put a bet in real life, I would bet Tank. So like this is before that one video got leaked or whatever that was that got leaked. And I had
Right.
people telling me like, yo, man, he already whooped his ass. I mean, Floyd Mayweather said he wasn't touching him. He couldn't get not one punch on him and this, and that. But I'm looking at all the people there. The main people that was there, only one said something different than everything else. And that was Bill Haney. But my man, what's his name? AB said something.
AB told
Nate
the
said
story
something.
exactly. Right.
Yeah. Nate said something, and somebody else said something, and it was the same. And then Tank said it, and Tank said it like this. And this is why I hold Tank to fighting them niggas, because whatever Tank usually says, he never goes back on what he says. It's usually what it is. He said, man, it wasn't like I dogged him or anything, but I got off on him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And this, and that. So AB said it one more time, and this is how he said it. And after this, I'm gonna be quiet, bro. He said, yo, I had a fight, man. It was a big night. I had Flu Tank out there, man. We was out there. He wasn't really in shape, man. We was out there partying, messing with some girls, drinking and whatnot. And then I get this call that, we got Devin up in there. He out there taking people down, and he want to get him again. So Floyd is hitting him up, talking about setting it up, right? And it's going to be a spectacle because it's going to be Doghouse and it's Floyd. And Floyd over there, they drink. We stop partying, drinking and messing with women. And when you young, drinking and messing with women rank high on your profile, especially when you out of shape and you ain't training. This nigga said, hey, yo, I got some light work I need you to handle. I want you to go over there and whoop this dude ass, right? This is big dude, the dude he looking up to, the dude that he do anything for because he's showing him life that he never seen before, right? So yeah, he
Facts.
into it. Peep game. They go over there, they get into it. And it was stopped for a minute. But it was stopped by the nigga who told me to come bring you over here so I could whoop on this dude ass. Dude, if Cam, you tell me, hey man, I got this dude. I need you to go handle, man. I need you to put a whooping on him. And I go over there, even though I'm not in the mood for it, I'm not really ready for it. I'm tired and all that, and I'm out of shape, and I'm over here having a good time, and I'm breaking it. But I'm like, I'm down for you. I go, nigga. When you step in the ring and stop me from doing it, I'm done. I don't want to go no more, especially if I'm out of
Facts.
shape. I'm not really interested in doing anything but partying and celebrating. And I'm here because of you, nigga. If you stop it, I'm done. So I told somebody, I was like, bro, without even seeing nothing and being there, I know what happened. This nigga went over there and asked him to go put hands on somebody. He probably more likely was doing it, and he stopped the fight because how could he be winning the fight but lose the money? So he had to step into the fight because you can't give no money over if you stop it. Because Ernie
Right.
stopped it. It's like a dog match. I said, if you've ever watched pit bull fighting, if your dog is dominating and you stop it because you think that other dog is going, you don't get no dub.
Facts. Facts.
And that's
Facts.
exactly what it was. Doghouse rules. So you stopped it. We keep on going. We ready to go. So he got a chance to rest and whatnot. Tank being amped up on freaking adrenaline and just wanting to prove his point for his boy. Now he tired as hell. And on top of that, nigga, I was whooping his ass and you stopped. I don't want to do this no more. And I'm pretty sure at that moment on, whatever happened after that was because that nigga was really tired and didn't care. But when
Facts.
they had that interview, Devin didn't look like he was whooping somebody's ass like he was telling everybody he was. And when they have opportunities to make fights, they don't make fights. They go opposite directions. And then when they make the fight that they got separate from that person, they start talking about Tank. That lets you know everything, bro. So yeah, man, that list is there because there's a possibility that if I get my ish together, and I hope he do, and I start getting back to my groove and doing what I do and style on folks, that fight is still there. But there are some people on that list that they just there just for buffer. You don't want to get in the ring with them because you know that's a tail whooping waiting for 'em.
Facts, bro. I like even just to piggy it back off of kind of like Tank speaking about fighting Devin in the last couple of years. Like this is one thing I like to read the room in between what these guys be saying in these interviews a lot. And when I hear Tank, talk about certain guys that he want to fight and stuff, and he include Devin in it, I really genuinely feel that he really wants to do that. Like I think that's really his mission. And that's why like when people try to throw in Tank fighting Jake Paul, no, that's not happening. That ain't what we want. They don't look like that's what he want by the list of guys that he wants to fight. You know what I'm saying? He wants to fight his contemporaries. I really truly believe he wants to fight his.
You on mute. You on mute.
Yeah, I don't hear him. I can see him, but I don't hear him.
Cam, nigga, you on mute. He sound like he's saying some good stuff too. Hey, well, Ben, I know what I was trying to say. You back, Cam? Because
Oh
you
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah,
cooking,
yeah,
but
yeah.
we couldn't hear a word you said.
Oh shit. Okay, my bad. Okay, I was saying with Devin, like I genuinely feel that Tank wants to fight all of these guys. You know what I mean? He wants to fight all of these guys for sure. And right now, with the situation with Tank right now, Tank, get through Roach. No, handle your business with Roach and go after these guys. You know what I'm saying? And I really feel like the only difference with the Devin fight is the weight right now. We don't know what weight class Devin is campaigning at. Is he campaigning at 147? Is he going to go back down to 140 and campaign up there? That's like the really thing for me on that fight for us Tank and Devin. The only way that fight would happen is if they was to fight at 140. And Devin, of course, you've seen the two fights he's been at 140. That boy had to get butt naked to get on the scale and make weight at 140. You know what I mean? And
Right.
then he just fought at a catch weight at 144 with Jose Ramirez. So, like, the weight is the only disparity that I feel with Tank and Devin, for real, honestly. But Tank, like, I feel like Tank, like, everybody, we all talk about belts and stuff and accolades and stuff, and a lot of people use accolades into arguments pertaining to Tank and everything. And when a lot of these guys, his contemporaries, they care about money just as much as Tank do. You know what I mean? You see the moves that they making, and the promoters and people that they working with, you know what I'm saying, and how they working with. A lot of these guys is going after guaranteed bags. A lot of these guys don't want to, put the work in and upsell their brand, out to the public and the world and everything right now. And I just feel with Tank, and Tank has to definitely apply pressure on making these fight happen. And these guys, they got to do the work too. Ryan Garcia, that's why I give him a lot of credit, because he went against Oscar's will to make the fight happen with Tank. You know what I mean? You see Frank Martin being I'm a yeah, Tank, biggest star in boxing. Yeah, I'm gonna take that fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, these guys, they're willing to take the risk. Like, you got to be able to take the risk, and a lot of things in life, let alone for sure boxing, and even within the square circle for sure. These guys got to take more risks than we want to see these guys. If you got the opportunity, if you're a free agent, LO fucking Shakur Stevenson, this your last fight on the deal with Matchroom. No, handle business against the Pater. Hey, go over there like, hey, PBC, what's up? Let's get it cracking. I want Tank. You know what I'm saying? Pull Tank's bluff. If Tank ain't trying to make the fight happen, and you know what I'm saying, and you go over there to PBC and Tank ain't trying to make the fight happen, then call Tank's bluff on that shit. You know what I'm saying? We want to see that. Like, the thing is, a lot of people, they think I be hating on Shakur and Devin and stuff because I criticize them a lot. But in reality, I want the best for them. I want to see these guys fight the best as much as like everybody else do. You know what I'm saying? It's just when it get to certain particular situations when these guys throw flack on Tank and be like, "Oh, Tank, he ain't fighting this guy. He ducking and doing this," and they just no, they down in Tank. Then that's when I got a problem with it in a sense, because it's like, yo, this guy Tank tried to do this, and then y'all saying this, you know what I'm saying? Like, we line up the lies and contradictions, and then, you know what I'm saying, a lot of people feel like I'm hating on them when I'm telling the facts about the situation in depth and layers. You know what I mean? That's the only difference in it. I like to talk in layers when it comes to content in general, but especially boxing for sure. And this situation with Tank, like, I just feel like right now, bro, you gotta apply pressure for sure. But the guys, his contemporaries, they have to apply pressure too. Keyshawn, you handle business against De Los Santos. Hey, tell Top Rank, yo, I want Tank next. I want to get that fight done. Tank handle business against Roach. Let's try to make that fight happen next. That's the fight I want. It ain't even about the unification. It's about we trying to make the best fight in boxing and make the most money ever. You know what I'm saying? As much as possible. That's what it should be about. Because this is prize fighting at the end of the day. These guys are prize fighters, and I think fans, they tend to forget this a lot. So it comes to when we talk about the belts and shit. Yeah, the belts is a good thing when you start your career and you coming up and everything and stuff. But when you get established, a lot of people's gonna want the money over the belts. And we're seeing that with guys like Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney, where it ain't even about the titles right now. They going where the biggest bag is going to be given to them right now, and that's for a lot of these boxers in general. You see how Sebastian Fundora, how they moved away. They vacated the WBO just so they can go ahead and fight Tim Tszyu in the rematch. Y'all be like shit like that. They looking at the bigger money fights. They didn't feel that Xander Zayas was a big money fight for them, so they like, fuck it, we gonna go ahead and fight Tim Tszyu in a rematch because that'll be bigger money for us. And I know Samson Likowitz, he's definitely big on trying to maximize his fighters' money as much as possible in his fights, even if they got a title or not. And you see with Fundora, him vacating the fight, the title, the WBO at 154, just so he can fight Tim Tszyu. That's another case right there. You know what I mean? We seeing that in right now currently.
I said, since everybody cammed up and we on CamJNetwork, I gotta put my cam on, man. Apologize for the light, man. I'm a
You
hella
good?
light, bro. So
You good? You all good?
I'm gonna say this because Bean helped me remember, and you just brought me back to another point. And shout out Bodywork. Bodywork was kicking some actual factuals in there. He was talking about Devin making an actual call out for somebody before, and I believe he said he was calling out Garcia, Robert
Mikey,
Easter, Gary Russell Jr., AB, and fought none of them.
none of them.
And we know this mostly is the course for a lot of fighters. Tio called out a lot of people and pulled out a Stephen Claggett. And they had to make this fight even somewhat appealing, so they had to go and pay 20 grand. Hey, shout out to the Wire and my main man Clay Davis, man, for setting the precedence for these boxing councils to say, hey, yo, if you want to get up in rank, you want my endorsement or sponsorship, it's gonna at least be a minimum of 20 grand. 20 grand gets you a ranking where you can make your fight viable. But he fought a Steve Claggett. So this is the course. Also, with regards to how they are supposed to build their brand. First and foremost, you build it in the ring. You make sure that when you're in that ring, you're taking every opportunity you can to make sure people take note of you. So now, if I'm going in there and whooping tail and you say I'm doing this, but I'm going in there and doing that, I'm building the fight. And then while I'm whooping tail, afterwards, we do the interview. I'm saying, look, yo, I know it's difficult. And I know there are a lot of working pieces that's in play that we got to get right. But I believe if the fight is demanding, you guys will make it happen. So I want to know, y'all want to see me in the ring next with so and so. Let me hear the crowd. Let me hear the crowd. They want to know who I'm fighting. Who y'all want me to fight? Y'all want me to fight so and so. Let
Right.
me hear you scream. You want me to fight so and so. Let me hear you scream. You know what I'm saying? And then when you hear the loudest scream, hey, the people seem like they want this person. So at their next fight, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be supporting them, rooting them on, cheering them, and I'm hoping to get in the ring so we can start doing some background promotion so that we can get this fight on the process of being in the buzz. Because you want everything to be in buzz. They talk about impressions today and tweets
Mm-hmm.
and things like that. You want it to be the thing that's when they got that little thing saying these are the things trending, you wanted it to be trending. You want the fight to be trending. So you gotta trend in the ring and then you gotta trend outside the ring, so to speak. Tank said he was gonna fight these people. I'm holding Tank to fighting these people because ultimately, as you said, it will be a stain on him. Even though I mean, it's a lot more involved with people outside of Tank than Tank. But Ryan didn't. They didn't want to give Ryan that fight. They told him, nah, this is not a good fight. But Ron's like, nah, F that. This the fight for me. This the fight I want. So we got that fight. A lot of times people say stuff and they have no clue what's going on. I'm happy to be privy to a lot of the stuff that was going on with Tank prior to that Roach fight. But that being the case, you went up them 3 steps. That means you ready to fight. So you got to go on and fight. And what happens, happens, bro. You took a knee inadvertently. That's usually points deducted. You was fortunate there. You went and stuck your head outside of the ring and got wiped down. That's disqualification. Now, given the gravity of the moment in the situation and so much money on the line, you disqualify that fool, you're going to have bedlam up in that place. So they're not going to do that. They're not going to just disqualify you. But you had some moments where, you clearly was dominating the fight and you just didn't do anything else afterwards. I'm
Fact.
not no glazer. I'm not no bias dude. From what I saw in that ring, I saw round 1, Roach. Rounds 5 through 6, Tank. Round 7, 8, Roach. Round 9, Tank. And clearly Tank was up. And the only thing that would change that would have been if they would have given them a point deducted, which in
Right.
my view would have made that 9-9 because I thought he clearly dominated
Won that
that.
round. Right. Right. Even after the knock, even after the knee situation, Tank turned up in that round to where like he did some great work in that round and he won that round and two of the judges gave him that round 10-9. So like
Yeah.
I was telling people, even with that instance, even if that would have been ruled a knockdown, it would have been a 9-9 round because of and of course the rest of the fight still had to go on. Like you never know what was going to happen. You know what I mean? So that's why people just they just made a whole big deal out of it because it was Tank. But then you got other similar situations that's happening in boxing where they got situations where they could have called a knockdown on this fight or that fight, and a lot of people ain't being outraged about those situations. You know what I'm saying? Tank the face of boxing, they make it a bigger thing because it's him.
Okay, and to further piggyback on that too, just a month prior, or maybe a month and a half prior, there was a big fight that took place between Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. Harvey Dock, because I'm only speaking about officiating right there. Harvey Dock disallowed 4 knockdowns.
Absolutely.
One of the knockdowns that Ryan got, he literally shoved the hell out of Ryan, which is definitely a disqualification. They didn't have none of that energy that they had for him. Why? Because it wasn't Tank. Because they wasn't looking for him to lose. They only wanted to see him look bad at the worst. They want Tank to lose. Tank got to capitalize. The reason why Mayweather was so goddamn big is because he was, first and foremost, he's black. The reason why that fight with Ryan did so well, because he wasn't black and he was a fighter that they possibly thought would beat him.
Right.
He was knocking folks out. So he's bigger than him. He's fast. They thought he was faster than him, which wasn't true, but they thought he was faster than him. He'll knock his ass out. I'm tuning into this. Right now, Roach was a blessing in disguise. The distractions that he had going into the ring was a blessing in disguise. He now had somebody at the end of that fight. I'm gonna go back with the score too after I say this. That now feels like he's got a chink in his armor. He's invincible. He's no longer invincible. He no longer just a dude that was sparking nigga out. You can go to ride. All you gotta do is box his ass off. Because that's what they say, right?
Right.
So going back to the thing, I gave Roach 10. In 11 and 12, well, 12 I thought Tank won, but 11 was debatable. So they're both are debatable. You can give them anyway, but by count, that's 5 definite for Tank, 4 definite for Roach, and 2 you can go either way.
Swing rounds.
2 swing rounds, bro. I mean 3 swing rounds. I forgot the other one. Hold on. I forgot the other one. 10 was his, 11, 12, 8, 9, 7 Roach, 8. So I had it. I think I had it at 5, 6, 4, and 2 swing rounds, or 5, 4 with 3 swing rounds. It's a good fight. But going back to what I was saying, when the fight was announced, people dogged it, said he was ducking, capping, doing all this thing, bringing people up, this, that, and that. Now the Mickey Fricky can't box. He been getting away. He got exposed. That fight at the end had a zoom in on Shakur, and all you saw was this look on his face. That look on his face spoke every untruth that never been spoke. The fact that them hands really been hurt. His uncle, his granddad confirmed it. Said like, "Yo, I didn't really want to fight." He hadn't been in a fight in his last 6 fights. And his last fight was the 7th fight with his hands right.
Mm-hmm.
So he got to get that right. Then 2 weeks after that statement came out, said, "Hey, I don't really want to fight Tank until my hands is right. I want to be healthy when I get in the ring." So all this stuff before then circles to the fact why he didn't accept that opportunity to fight him that one time, because his hands not right. But after that fight, that ninja had that look like, oh, if Roach can do it. Because I'm going to be honest with you, man. If Bean and Cam, if you got Shakur in the fight with Roach, who do you favor? I favor Shakur, dog.
I got Shakur winning that.
I'm an edge Shakur, but
it's a tough
it's
fight.
like with the Tank situation, like you were saying, T Hill, and I was talking to Cam, this was a while back. It's like the fact that Tank is a person who's always getting a knockout, and he's held to a certain standard because he has knockout power. He's knocking all these guys out, except for the Cruz, Pitbull Cruz fight and this fight with Lamar Roach, that for him to even make it through the whole fight without getting knocked out, that was a huge victory within itself. So people take that and amped it up so much. Oh, Tank ain't this. Paulie Malignaggi and all them guys. Him and what's your boy, the ball head, Tim Bradley. Oh, he ain't this, man. Tank ain't this and that. All because he didn't get a knockout. So if in this rematch he gets a knockout or a stoppage, it's up to Tank to change the whole trajectory of how people are looking at him due to that last fight.
Thanks.
But you would favor Shakur over Roach, right?
Yeah, I edge him. Yeah, I edge him. Yeah.
Stylistic
I
wise,
think
in
Roach is a
favor of Shakur.
fantastic boxer, bro. I have nothing. I think Roach fought a heck of a fight too. Did some high level stuff. We broke that over at the Casuals Corner. We broke that fight down, and we said, yeah, we watched film on Roach, and we said, yeah, man, this dude is technically just sound, bro, and he's right here. He's sharp, and he's accountable in that ring. He don't leave himself open that much, but. Nobody, like you said, figured he would go that distance. They figured he would get knocked out. And Tank is the only fighter who is held to such a standard that if he don't knock you out, then, you know, it was a bad fight and he lost. But also when he knocks you out, he just was lucky and had a punch. He was losing.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's a conundrum that Tank is in.
The
And you're
double
right, it's up to
standards.
Tank to disprove it. Here's the thing. That conundrum will always be there. When he beats these people, they would have been overrated, aged out, or really wasn't like that. But I
Mm-hmm.
want them to be that. I want them to change the narrative of what it is now to that. And Tank owes that to himself. F what we want, but to himself. Because you said you don't know if the Devin Haney fight would happen. The Devin Haney fight happens because his dad and Devin both spoke dirt on his name. His dad talked about Tank Mama, his daddy, his uncles, and his coaches. Threw
Facts.
so much dirt on them and was so
For
disrespectful.
years. For
I believe
years.
that fight happens, and I believe 5 through 7 for that one. I believe the Shakur fight happens because at one point I was your big bro. I looked out for you. I gave you game. You know, I let you see how things can be for you, and I vouched you for people who say he said he ain't done nothing. He's also the same person that said he's top 5 pound for pound. Let that resonate. So more so he's speaking to her. Like, nigga, we was cool. I never had a relationship with him, but you, I had a relationship, dog. We was on circuits together, dog. You went with me. You helped me prepare for people. And this is what you do to me? So, like, yo, I don't rock. And Tank is a dude who's had people walk out on him on his life.
Right.
You know, trust is a big thing. Who I let in is a big thing. And he's super sensitive with stuff like that because they ain't had the life he had. They ain't grow up like he had. They ain't had to go to somebody else's job and stay in the back because they ain't had nowhere else to go.
Facts.
So like all this, like you said, you read the walls in between the dialogue and stuff like that. Same thing, the context of life, the soundtrack of his life. It plays a certain way. And this is how it's playing. And you went against me, you put on a song that I don't even deal with. And you know I don't deal with. How we gonna dance to that when you know we don't get down like that?
For real.
So that fight happens. The Loma fight would have happened. And this is another thing that I have at Stark.com in me with how we fan. Loma pulls out and clearly pulls out. Nothing bad said about him. Let that have been Devin, Shakur, Keyshawn now, Tank, Earl Spence, Bud Crawford. There'd be hell and high water to pay. We don't hold people to the same standards. That's why it could be a master class one day and a track meet the next. You see, and I think that Tank can equalize all that by, like you said, Bean, calling them out, like you said, Cam J, making sure that when we have these things, We know that you responsible for building it up too. But we together gonna build this fight. We gonna get the need up so you can get the money that you deserved. But if it ever become about money, but we need to have that fight done, then this is what I say. How about the fighters portions of the thing be up for grabs? Because I know there's a purse that goes to the opposition and to the champion side. But the portion that we get, let's put that on the line. We ain't got to worry about no guarantees, no backhead bread. Winner get everything that the winner's supposed to get. So whatever I get, you get if you beat me. Whatever you get, I get if I beat you. Because then you supremely confident that you're gonna beat him. And then we know the fight can get made then because now you taking home his portion too. And Tank make about like per fight, he make at least 25 to 30 million per fight. So
Facts.
won't that be intriguing? If you that supremely confident, if I'm that bum that you say, oh, I'm overhyped, I'm too small, I'm this, and that, I'm overrated. Let's overrate the damn purse. You give me your purse, I give you my purse. You win, you get mine. I win, I get yours.
Facts.
You know, and that's how I would I'm so confident that dog we can make the fight. And if you beat me, you get all my proceeds. Not the stuff that go to my team and to my promotion, but the stuff that will go to me, it go to you. I'm so confident that I'll whoop your tail, Tank. I guarantee you get some traction. People start being like, yo, I want that. That's what really drove the Ryan thing crazy. Bet, let's put the whole purse up. And once that went, man, it started getting
Yep.
fully
It's on
tracked.
Constant live stream that night. That night.
Because we all know the slogan, money talks. They made a movie out of that. Same time, man,
Yep.
I don't know you. Same time.
Yeah,
So yeah, man,
these guys got to bet on themselves, man. I mean, fight with Tank. Ryan, he betted on himself. Shakur, he had the emphasis with with Devin Haney, where they was trying to possibly make a fight happen, even though it wasn't no paperwork really, no drawn up
no,
or
no, no,
anything
no,
for
no,
real
no
necessarily.
contract. Yeah,
No
we gonna make sure
contract,
we
none of that.
stipulate
It
that.
was just all conversation. You know what I'm saying? But people wants to see Shakur bet on himself, and I feel like a lot of people haven't seen that from him. He ain't really done that yet. Because if you're gonna bet on yourself, you're gonna bet on yourself going over there taking a one fight deal, fighting Tank Davis on PBC. That's betting on yourself. It ain't no situation where pretty much you looking at it where, oh man, I gotta get on me. Why can't me and Tank get on the phone and talk like men like Bud and Earl did? Shakur, you gotta understand that gonna Tank Davis is not Earl Spence. He's not gonna give up his A side status for you to make a fight happen with you. He doesn't need to. He looks at you as just another guy that's in the way to get to the other guys that he gotta beat. You know what I'm saying? And that's how he's looking at it. And Shakur, no, he's looking at it as he is Tank's biggest fight. When Tank looking at it like you're not my biggest fight. I won't make my biggest bag fighting you. I'll make a bigger bag fighting Lomachenko. I may make a bigger bag fighting Keyshawn because the fans think that's a more entertaining fight because we both gonna come in and fight each other. He looking at Keyshawn more better than Shakur right now because you heard him say in the interview before Roach where he said that Keyshawn looking better than Shakur. And the whole case with Tank, when Tank said Shakur, he ain't done nothing. All the Shakur fans, they all get up in the uproar and not understanding the details what he's saying. He's saying that Shakur has not looked good at 135. He's not doing anything right now at 135. All the Shakur fans is hanging off of what Shakur did at 126 and 130 when at 135, I've been a guy, I've been continuing saying this with as Shakur. Shakur has not looked good at 135. And that's all Tank is pretty much saying. He's not saying Shakur ain't did nothing for the sport. He ain't got no accolades. He ain't done anything. He just pretty much saying that at right now, currently, of course, this being a what have you done for me lately business, Shakur has not looked good at 135. Keyshawn, he putting on better performances on no than Shakur. He up there main event. He entertaining the fans. He looking better than Shakur, and that's all Tank was saying. And Shakur and everybody got up in the uproar and really misunderstood everything that Tank said when he said Shakur isn't doing nothing right now.
What say you, Beans?
Man,
Miss Duet, salute, salute, salute.
yeah, man. I love this dialogue, man. This is beautiful, man. I'm literally like on 17%,
For real.
17% on my phone.
Oh,
I'm
my
gonna have
bad,
to charge this
bro.
bad boy in a
All
minute,
good,
man. But
man.
That's probably
We
because of
we
me,
we
man.
gonna we gonna do this again, man. We can
hey,
close it up because I got to get ready for my wife's little sister's birthday
what,
party and everything. But go
one
ahead, do your
quick
thing.
thing.
Go ahead, go do your thing.
What about because you might have covered it before I got back on here because I remember I was sleeping and I came in late. Moses and Tuma, he fight today. So what do you think?
Mm. I
That boy
like
bad.
Moses. That's a tough fight though for him though. Fighting Mike though, that's a tough fight.
Yeah,
That's
I
definitely a
think
tough
this
fight.
is the fight that really shows you what he truly is, and
Right.
also to his own self. Like at sometimes you need to be tested. This test that if he respond well, oh, it's gonna get ugly. But if he don't respond well, it's gonna be a dog fight. And because he's the name, it might go close, but he still will pull it out because he's the name, man. Because you got to follow the money. Whoever they put the money behind, that's who generally gets the you know the breaks, so to speak, man. So I like Moses Atuma. I think that he has a lot of qualities that they can promote and get behind, and all he got to do is put it together in the ring. And this is the fight that will help them see whether or not he has that. So I mean, there's been fights that some prospects get early in their careers that let them know, like that damn Cuba versus Moulton fight. That shouldn't
Mo,
have happened
yeah.
that early, but that was pure
That
action,
beautiful fight. I love that
pure
fight.
action, bro.
I
Like
love
I
that
left
fight.
a fan of Cuba. Cuba is the goods.
Right. I've been watching him ever since I seen him fight Moden. And that's Leo Santa Cruz fighter. He promotes him. And I've
A
been
word.
watching him. He's just fought on Pro Box TV recently and everything. So I've been following him, man. That made me a fan of him. I'm like, I like but that them two guys, hey, they can run that fight back in the future. They
For
can run
sure.
that fight back.
For sure. I mean, Moulton won, but it was a hell of a fight, bro. Like I thought he won what? It was what, 4 rounds? I thought he won. Nah, man. Honestly, yeah, well, he did win 3-1, but it was an edge 3-1. It could have been a draw.
It was
It,
good ass
it could have
fight
been a
right
draw,
there. Leather
but
on leather. Like that is boxing. Like I love they put it all on the line on that fight.
they did. And you had to do something to separate yourself. And there was that line of demarcation. It was a thin line of demarcation between the two performances where you could say, yo, he won, but he did have the money behind him. So even if he didn't, and it was close, he gonna get the decision. And so the same thing with Moses. If this fight, this test, you gonna see the best of him. If he's that dude, if he who I believe he is, you gonna see that the best of him in this fight. And it will show, it will look a certain way. And the only other thing that I gotta say, because I know you gotta go, and I'm sorry I talked to you to
No, you good. You all
17%,
good. You
man.
all good, bro.
Bro, we supposed to do this. This is how we do. We supposed
Facts.
Bet.
to.
Well, since you said that, I won't feel so bad. Hey, look, resume. I think D Free said it best. Legacy and resume is two different things that's often conflated. Legacy is who you have conquered on your resume. The resume is who comprises of it. Right now, I think the resumes of all these guys that are in and around 130 that are in the quote unquote tank got to see because before I say that, let me say this. I gotta bring it back because it's people like Boxing Hacker, but more so like the Donza Project.
Mm.
My man said, in order for me to believe Tank is who he is, he gotta fight one of them ones. So I go and say, your favorite fighter is Shakur. Who was the one of one that solidified him to you? because I can make a case that, you know, they're not really a fighter that was favored over him. Tank has been into one fight where he was not the favorite. I admit that. But along the way, he's been in some fights where it wasn't a big disparity. Shakur's been in one fight that maybe he wasn't favored in. That would probably have been the Valdez fight.
Right.
But I knew he was going to work Valdez because I just know he's far superior to Valdez. And I didn't never think much of Valdez. The Herring wasn't the same Herring that he was before, but even the same Herring before, I don't think gives him problems. Shakur is that special. I admit that. I like the Artem fight. I don't think people give Artem enough credit for that, but Artem did look like he was on his coming to America. I'm very happy to be here tour.
Right.
Instead of coming in there to do damage like he was against Frank Martin. And then the last fight with De Los Santos, where, you know, neither one of them really did much to make that fight what it could have been. But that being the case, all of their resumes are like that. Devin Haney really just has two people on there, and one of them is used to be in Prograis. But other than that, it's freaking Loma, dog. You can't say Cambosis when Maxie Hughes washed Cambosis.
For real.
Old ass Mickey Bay, who been out of the
For
ring
real.
4.5 years, beat him, but they gave him a split decision. My man Iceman Hawkins beat him, but they gave him a split decision. Teofimo just had his wife was not on the same accord with him during that time, and my man wasn't right here. So much that he said I was in the hospital for some badass condition that affected my breathing. Yeah, when your girl do you dirty at times, man, it might affect your breathing, your thinking too. So he was in there on that John Rambo tip, and he didn't fight the fight that he wanted to do. Loma's legit, bro. I'm never gonna speak bad about Loma, ever. Loma was smaller than these dudes, and of all the people who fought Kambosos, he the only one that dominated Kambosos. Well, Devin dominated his ass too, but just not in that fashion.
Right.
I know we about to go. Same thing for all of them. So I don't really hold. I think Tank's resume is pretty solid. It's not where it should be. I think Ryan's is the best. I think T.O.'s is pretty solid, but it's not where it should be. Devin's is not solid. I mean, it's solid, but it's not where it should be. And same thing for them. And this is the thing. Remember, one's track meet was another one's masterclass, and one slow-footed, flat-footed fighters was a great resume. Because of the contemporaries, Shakur, of his 21 fights, has 17 slow, flat-footed Latino fighters. Devin has one more slow, flat-footed Latino fighter than does Tank. So let that stuff resonate when you guys actually come with your spiel, man. Stop hating on the fighters. Support them. Support the fight. Let's push for the fight, because ultimately, that's what they did back in the days. Because a dollar wasn't the dollar that they get today. It lasted longer, but it wasn't longer. You know what I'm saying? Now you get more money. So now people are Go ahead, my bad, baby.
No. You can go ahead and finish.
No. I'm done, dog. I'm done.
Ben,
so
close the statement. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So to your point, you make great points, T.O. And it's like this too. Styles make fights. So let's get back to where you being put in a not so much of a compromising situation. You're gonna be uncomfortable sometimes because styles do make fights. Look at Kenny Norton and Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali is one of my goats, but Kenny Norton's style, although he didn't have the most power like a George Foreman or maybe even a Joe Frazier, but he had an awkward style that kind of gave Ali fits. So let's see Shakur fight a puncher like Tank Davis. Let's see Shakur fight the Zepeda, a pressure fighter who's going to throw a lot of punches. The styles make fights. Now, if he can conquer those two styles, then he pretty much fought pretty much every style you could fight. I'm all about style make fights and seeing how the different styles mesh up and how they contrast, and that's what it's about, man. I want to see the Joe Frazier and Ali style. I want to see Ken Norton, Ali style. I want to see Larry Holmes, who pretty much bit off Ali being his sparring partner. But you know what I mean? Style make fights, man, at the end of the day. So I just want to see him.
For sure,
Man,
man. This was a great one, man, for sure, man. And I gotta announce my boy Bean, man, he got his show, got his channel, Ring Walk Boxing Podcast. Tomorrow, 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. He will be interviewing Nate Tubbs tomorrow on his channel at 3 p.m. tomorrow, man. So everybody, make sure y'all show my brother some love tomorrow at 3 p.m. Sunday. That is, you know what I mean? He's gonna be interviewing Nate Tubbs. Definitely gonna be a real anticipated interview for sure. You know what I'm saying? Nate Tubbs, friends with Mike Tyson, got a lot of history and everything, you know what I mean, for us with Tubbs. So definitely make sure make sure y'all subscribe to Ring Walk Boxing Podcast. Support my brother tomorrow, you know what I'm saying, on this big interview that he has tomorrow. And as well, my man Thomas Hill, Ant McQueen, they got the channel over there, the Casuals Corner. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to find it was so crazy. I was trying to find the channel. I'm typing in, but when you type it in on YouTube, it's so many titles with Casuals Corners. So I was like trying to find it, and I couldn't find it. And I was even going on Ant McQueen's on his when he be in the chat and stuff in
hey, I'm
some of
gonna
the
pop
different
it in the.
chats. Try to go in on there, and I'm like, oh, it ain't on there. So then when you post it on there, I'm like, now I got it. So everybody, make sure y'all subscribe to my brothers over there at the Casuals Corner, man. And McQueen and Thomas Hill, man. They cooking up strong over there, doing beautiful boxing work over there on the content, man, for sure, man. And everybody, make sure y'all like and comment if y'all watch this on the playback for sure. You know what I mean? Make sure y'all support this, get this in the algorithm. This was an amazing show. Great dialogue today, man, for real. You know what I'm saying? And of course, this was the second episode of the Roundtable, which is I'm gonna be doing a lot more of this, you know what I'm saying, at least once a week where I'm gonna just, want to get, a lot of my different guys with different opinions in boxing, and we just have a good conversation up here and just good dialogue for sure, man. And cross brand, the brands, you know what I mean, for sure as well. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying? Great work today, fellas, man. I appreciate y'all for joining me today, man, for sure. And I hope y'all enjoy y'all weekend, man. And we'll get and everybody right now, let me announce KQKC boxing right now. He live right now. He commentating the fights for the day for the Josh Taylor card. Everybody, make sure y'all go over there and tap in with my brother, the OG over there, man. KQKC, man. I gotta show my dog love. He showed me a lot of love, so I gotta show him love, man, for sure. You know what I mean? Well, we out of here, man. Salute, y'all.
Hey,
Yep.
before we
Yeah,
go,
go ahead.
Ring Walk. Put your
Yes,
link
sir.
in the
Yeah,
chat,
yeah,
please, man,
yeah.
so people can subscribe to you. And also, I think that we really got to pay attention to that podcast, man, because sometimes we can tell a lot by just the ring walk. I seen a ring walk and I saw something didn't look right and it didn't play right in the ring too. So, man, please subscribe to the good brother Bean in the Ring Walk Boxing Talk podcast, man. Shout out my man CamJNetwork, dog, for giving us
Yeah, man.
this platform to discuss these topics. And man, salute to the OG KQKC. If you've never heard a fight called like it need to
Best in
be
the
called, man,
game.
man, he put blood, sweat, and tears, hustle, muscle. He not average with that. He's savage with that.
Savage with it.
Go on over there and accommodate yourself with the like button, the subscription button, PayPal, Snapchat, or whatever there is, a super chat or whatnot, and show the OG some love and show my man Cam J love. Great show today, man. I'm out,
For
bro.
sure, man. We out of
Yeah,
here.
be safe,
Salute,
bro. Hey,
fellas.
Cam,
Yo.
send me his IG. Like, send me his link to his IG.
Okay. Okay, bet.
T Hill,
Bet.
T Hill, and the other cat that was on here. Send me their IG.
Okay, bet,
I
bet,
can
bet.
I can
Got you.
follow.
All right, for sure, brother, man. You already know this was a good one, man. Sorry, but not sorry. Boxing Talk Roundtable episode 2. And we out of here. We be back this next week. Holla back.
All right. See y'all tomorrow. 1.